Hello, good day, good morning, good noon everyone, and welcome to Sebring. Today we're fielding the McLaren Civic Type R again. The balance is impossible, the setup is even more impossible, but somehow we have something roughly drivable, and it looks like the pace is alright. Till 3 minutes ago I was like P8 here with 58.2, but then somehow grip appeared. Yeah, the McLaren GT3 is a fast car, you know, but RF2 is RF2, and it's so difficult to drive. so difficult. For quali at least. In the long run it becomes better and better. It's the best under 30% tires, then it's beautiful and so predictable, but on new tires, especially on softs... Anyway, that's gonna be my sim racing excuse for this quali session. Let's see if everything is working. Where is my chat? Here it's the chat. Alright. Hi Tsari, hi Francesco, and Jesper indeed. It will front and rear snap. Well, it will have no front and then it... is front snap the same as no front? I guess so. Car will snap in half. It has already done when the devs published it, so... Well, I guess the LMP2 is a bit of a boat as well, but it has downforce, so it's more predictable. Anyway, well, qualis now. The difference is that we have private quali because of some issues on the Jimmy side of things. So, yeah, let's see. Should be good for my frame rate. Yankesh, hello, thank you. While the session is switching, let me quickly double check if the setup is fine. Which it is indeed. And then, yeah, so today is a very interesting race when it comes to strategy, because it's limited by distance and therefore by laps. It's 268 laps for the leading class, right? Which means that basically we have zero idea how many laps we will have to do. Why is my radar on? That's a bit annoying. Can I kind of pull it away for a moment? I mean, I cannot. Where is it gone? Okay, anyway. So yeah, we will see what happens with the strategy. Good luck, Melich. Good luck, Joao. Thank you, guys. Well, the Qatar race was kind of interesting, right? I mean, you guys asked me some streams ago, whom do I predict to win WEC this year? I said, well, Cadillac is a good bet if they can fix their problems and stop all their silly crashing and bad luck and stuff. Well, they were leading P1, P2, and you saw, or maybe you will still see if you check what happened with them. They will not win like that. My wristband is eating into my skin somehow. I'll fix after. Anyway, mix quali, and let's do a 57.5. Car, please grip into turn 1. Wow, that was a perfect grip. Too much ABS. Messy. I predict 57.95. Close enough. So, since this is private quali, we have been given clearance to park the car and press escape, which is very convenient. Let me quickly fix this wristband. That's actually provisional pole, for some reason. It is kind of a BMW track. Mailich, do I also get a weird BMW error? I have not really seen a BMW error of any kind, but I didn't race or like drive behind BMWs or around BMWs lately much. Was it, wait, it wasn't K-Mag, right? I mean, I don't know. Wait, Magnusson is in BMW, right? It was Button and somebody else, I think. Lamouche, thank you. I agree, it's a beautiful track. Jesper, my teammate for today, does not agree with that. We indeed have driven so much of this track after it's been released. Thank you, Hajemi. Hello. Yeah, Joao, it's it's private quali for today because there were some issues. I don't know what kind of issues. I think Jimmy has like a script that sorts the timing and the messages and which class goes out when with the green flags, and it was not working. And because it was not working, he said, well, just private session, go all out together. Yeah, there we go, Jesper. So, quali mix, let's try to improve. nice four-wheel drift. Only 8 more hours of this drifting. Nope. Issue is you have to drift it. Like you have to be at least a little bit sideways on the rear in most corners. But then it goes so easily beyond it. Would have 2 more attempts, I think. Actually, if I mess up the next one in the first or second sector, I can escape. I did see the coach day video, but I had like 5 minutes of time, so I just scrolled through. Well, what should I say about it? I think he knows what he's talking, but at the same time he doesn't fully know what he's talking about. Like he mentions that like the top of the top drivers will of course exploit how slidey the rear is, and that has to still be fixed for that top of the top, but I think he underestimates many drivers, and in fact it's not gonna be top 1% learning how to go sideways, but it's gonna be, I don't know, top 1/3 of drivers realizing that they can lose the rear and gain time. Yeah, the rear is kind of rFactor 2 now. A lot more limited though, you cannot just fully... I mean, actually here you saw like I lose the rear and it goes like I lose time. It's kind of like that in LMU now. It's not too far from RF2, but the front is a lot more tame, so... I mean, he said fixes for next time will be coming. But I mean, overall it's really good that we have people like Perel and other real-life drivers stepping in and testing and reporting how things should be. So that's very much appreciated. So, well, I guess I can gain a 10th to get back into P2. No front. Well, still time to escape. It feels wrong. For many years we've been doing the in-laps in VEC for a decade or more. Suddenly we are able to escape. Yeah, the McLaren touring car front wheel drive feels like. I hope we can complete the hot lap if timer goes beyond 0. I would assume so. Well, Ayus, if you see one corner you will know it's RF2. But at the same time, yeah, I mean, the front, you know, the front overheating kind of feels in some way similar as in iRacing, so I understand what you mean. It's just that in RF2 it's not because of saturating the tire temperature, but just about the slip angle itself and a little bit about temperatures. And in iRacing you can have perfect slip angle and perfect input and perfect everything, but if the tire decides that it wants to overheat, the grip will be gone. Okay. I should be able to do 0.8 if the car cooperates. Car does not cooperate. Yeah. Well, I guess that's P3 if nobody improves behind. Oh, beautiful hairpin. I didn't even turn in yet. Ay. Okay, well, I mean, I was going full attack now to see if there was actually one extra tenth in it. I cannot complain about BOP though, the pace is there, you saw. If I put together all the sectors, it would be 0.7. Happy with second row though. I did say to Jesper that we're gonna start on the second row. He didn't believe me. Okay then. The customary off track when you enter the pits. A note to myself, there is barely any grip in the pit lane. I always overshoot the box. That was a Jesper hairpin indeed. Oh, that was close. Anybody else? Kevin didn't improve. That's the winners of round 1, right? I think Kevin... Wait. They drove together, I think, in round 1, Arda and Kevin. But now they are in split cars. Ah, that's fine. So how is the race setup looking? All good. Okay, so supposedly a little bit of warm-up as well. Guess we are allowed to drive. Only 6 hypercars. I think 10 were registered. 40... I mean, I don't blame people for not wanting to drive RF2 hypercar when you have LMU hypercar. And yeah, iOS LMU is gonna become massive. It looks like that's a probable way to go forward, which is a beautiful thing. Because half a year ago it was like, yeah, well, when update comes, people kind of check it and then the player base drops down to rFactor 2 levels and so on. It was very in doubt, but then suddenly now we have, well, 2, 3, even 4K players in early access, so if they promote it well during the actual 24 hours of Le Mans, and if that coincides with game coming out of early access, it could suddenly explode a lot. I just hope that the Studio 397 and MSG overall is ready for it. The best thing about this, you know, is that if LMU grows really like a lot, then in the end, even if esports didn't necessarily happen, I mean, of course esports will happen if there is huge player base, like big events with a lot of publicity, but even if that doesn't happen, I can still like drive it just as a streamer and content creator, and that's still kind of enough, right? I mean, I don't know. Well, ideally half-half, as I'm now. I wanted to check where my box is. This pit lane is tricky. Tricky because LMP2 box is right behind me and then I have to reverse. Where is my neutral? Okay. Yeah, I have it on a button. Yeah, many top players, but especially many top sim racing streamers. Gotta love what Broadband said, that ACC still produces like the best feeling GT3s, or like it's better than 99%, but 99% is because that 1% that's still better is LMU GT3s. And when Mr. Jimmy Broadbent himself says that, that's quite a big one. It's a very silent Jimmy. Change volume. It's already plus 8 decibels. Plus 15. I need to switch my brain from quali push to race. It's enjoyable. I mean, LMU is, I guess at the moment, even more enjoyable for everyone else except top players, because top players see what can be done with the rear and get frustrated by it. Everybody else just enjoys the actual handling within the intended limits of the tire. Okay, yeah, I need to go slower into turn 1. The Mustang in LMU, I like it, but like the fixed setup on Sebring in that beginner race, V8 at Sebring or whatever it's called, it's really good, except it's very understeery on the exits. But I generally like feeling of cars that have engine on the front, so I tend to much prefer a Mustang compared to like Porsche. Porsche is my biggest nightmare. Although it does feel like they have messed up something with the Porsche, because I mean, it feels quite undrivable compared to other cars. But yeah, I did a setup for Hemo setups for Spa. I need to focus. Brake slightly earlier. And yeah, when I was pushing that Mustang around Spa, it's... I was... it felt like I'm driving a NASCAR, not a GT3. Hi Ducat, alright. Enjoy the race. The issue is that even if I focus on driving and if I forget to stop thinking as if it's still quali, the rear will just go. I have to stop scaring Jesper now. Oh, quite some cars I see on mediums. It's gonna be interesting strategically. Remember, tire change is 38 extra seconds. And it's like 27 to 29 laps per stint. Oh, maybe they are doubling the mediums and doing very short double. Like 25-20, I don't know. Sebring is Jesper's biggest nightmare. Well, Sebring and tires is an interesting combination. It always wore the tires less than other tracks. Where is the front grip? So chat is agreeing with me in the server. Now Jimmy will scream into the TeamSpeak and I'll be losing my hearing.
Code 80 in 10 seconds. Is that loud enough?
Perfect. Okay, well, it's race time.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
Good luck.
Thank you, good luck. Let's have a good one. And let's hope for slightly less carnage than we got at Road America, right? My tiny pedal is a bit confused. Still. Well, I'm trying to follow Arda, but he's driving too fast. Okay, it updated now, luckily. Was wondering, like, doing a stint on soft and just single stinting softs overall, I don't know. Could be the case in some conditions. Probably the track is too hot for that now anyway. Yeah, Clemix, I had the same question. I don't know where all the others are. I mean, I think there were 10 signed up, or 9 maybe. But yeah, as I said before, these hypercars are pretty... What is going on there? Those hypercars are pretty difficult to accept once you're used to stuff like Le Mans Ultimate, you know. It just feels completely wrong.
Alright, you should be back on pit limiter now. Please leave a little bit more gap between the classes. And remember, you get the green when the game calls it. And that's not a Road America start, please. So that's a nice gap. Good job. So let's get through turn 1, 2, 3. Yeah, let's say the first couple laps before we start doing anything crazy. Good luck.
So we will start doing something crazy after 10 laps, I guess. Coincides well with the first wave of hypercars. Anyway, let's have a nice one. Instantly got McLaren. Sebring turn 1 around the outside is the worst at the start. Believe it or not, we are all still alive. Ah, Bora had his mediums. Classic rear view mirror, full of a BMW. Hi, William. Yeah, I'm happy with being safe now in P5, kind of. Was not ready to be pressured around. So I rather just saved fuel. And tires. Hi, Carol. And yeah, have to remember that people around have penalties. I know that the Porsche in P2 has a penalty. Good afternoon, Mario. And about WC, I didn't watch it live. I watched a couple of highlights, but it's been an exciting race for sure. I need more cooling. Such a McLaren moment. Feels like a solid exit line until suddenly the grip disappears. Neil is pushing a bit. I saw him missing quite some apexes. But I forgot who exactly has penalties ahead, apart from the Porsche. I think Neil. Maybe Neil has a penalty actually. Let's see. Neil and Porsche copy. Oh, Valkyrie. That one was interesting. Of all the mechanical issues one can have, it was the door. How to pronounce that Valkyrie anyway? I said Valkyrie, but it's probably Valkyrie, Valkyrie, I don't know. Need to check the clip again to see, to listen how the commentators pronounce. Jesper, it's not 6 good, but it's 6 good. It's the correct set. I wouldn't have dared clicking any other set. even with 0.4s, that's quite fast. The sunglasses, of course. Well, I still use them. The gooder sunglasses. Although the soft touch plastic started to melt, so going to need a new sunglass sponsorship. The way that Neil is driving surely doesn't seem like double stint. They have, what, 5 laps to make the drive-through, I suppose? Would have assumed they would do it now, before hypercars catch. I was not gonna get dived there. Well, the McLaren has one thing, rear grip out of low speed. BMW struggles with that. So there we go. On to podium. Traffic. That was so weird. I mean, at the same time the hypercar arrived, so effectively losing almost a second per lap because of all the occurrences that happened. Anyway, let's keep it there at 6.5. With grip like that, not easy. Yeah, I should say also shout out to Michi Hoyer, poor man without a drive. Yeah, Jesper is my teammate. We will do half-half. But it's gonna be like 8 hours, and solo 8 hours is too much. Well, in iRacing at Bathurst, as you might have seen, even 3 hours and a half was too much for my brain. Although one could argue that wet Bathurst in iRacing is a bit more challenging on the brain than GT3's around dry Sebring in RF2. About Michi, I don't know, some issues with the team. I think some teammates decided that they cannot race anymore, and then the team was a bit too small to have a proper go, so then he called it quits as well. Well, in iRacing, not sure how they manage red flags and so on, but yeah, pretty sure in real life, in the worst conditions that happened for like 3, 4, 5 laps at some point, it would have been a red flag in real life. Is that all of them? I guess there could be a couple of single LMP2s still coming. And now let's see how much they have costed the Erzan MP1. We did 1.6, I'm gonna do what, 1.9, 1.8, okay. It's funny in this triple right, left, right, if I put the inside tire like off track and the outside tire on the curb, then it's got perfect balance, because the curb takes away the extra grip that induces the rear snap. And if I just do a normal racing line, then the rear is gonna start sliding. Caspian served, well, see you soon, perhaps, depending on your pace. And about 24 Le Mans, no idea. Ah, that was response to Hachemi, okay. I was expecting a huge dive. The good thing is that the people behind are dropping off. But I really need to start closing in on guys ahead. Unless they are both single stinting. I mean, Bora is on mediums, he is single stinting. So that will be a free position. I'm on hards. I wanted to tidy up my tiny pedal overlay a little bit to make it also more visible on the stream. I mean, it's decent, but it could be optimized, but there is just way too much racing. Yeah, I mean, Sebring is quite easy on tires normally, so I will be trying to extend. I kind of expect almost everybody to do a double on hard though. But yeah, let's see. About LMU, I have no idea, to be honest. I have not done a long run yet. Really need to properly check. I mean, we will see tomorrow. Tomorrow we will have a huge stream. 2.4 hours of Spa with GT3. And then straight to VMS Pro with Hypercar. Copy Jesper. I mean, it's, I don't know, it's pretty spoiled already, it's pretty obvious. But yeah, I need to get used to hiding as much as possible, because stuff bigger than VC will happen in the future, and I need to be ready to hold my tongue. Well, that looks like a single from Ertzen then. But I'm confused because Arda has done double hard at Spa in the first round, and we were not able to do a double. And it's easier here at Sebring than at Spa, so I am confused. Bore's mediums are surely dropping now. The nice thing with the McLaren is that it's so high up in the air, it's difficult to put it closer to the ground. Which is not good for setup, but for curb riding it's really good. If I catch Bore, I don't really want to battle. Wonder if Arda is fuel saving. Not anymore. What could that mean? Oh, he's doing 28 laps then. .27 is full push. Yellow flag is the scariest thing you can see entering the last corner. P4 and P5 are dropping heavily. 1.49. Are they stuck? They were overtaking some car before, I think, but if that's 1.4 in clean air, then we are not too slow. Ah, Joao, yes, indeed. And I did promise that one day I'll make a video about the SimHub plugin. I never understood that tight line on the entry that GTs so often take. I always jump into the air over all the bumps and lose time if I take it. I'll have to do a move. That was the most understeer I have ever felt in that corner in the whole testing. I guess a bit of dirty air. He's gonna do maybe 4 or 5 more laps. that's a D-Race logo on there. That's interesting. Well, some of you might know why that is interesting. How to put it? I guess my boss kind of owns that logo. Classic RF2 abrupt lighting change. Would have been better to lift a bit and go to left side and let them through on the inside. Interesting line. Hi Anik, our car is looking good, better than expected probably, but let's see after the pit stops. Already pitting. Interesting. And very convenient. So he was on mediums and he will have to switch tire. Meanwhile, our tires are good. Nice hypercar. Probably still more front grip in the hairpin than in Le Mans Ultimate. The medium could do a shorter double for sure. But strategically, I don't know what's the point.
P1 blue box now.
Copy. Yeah, and BMW had fuel tank increased, I think, by a liter or so. But it's not that huge of a difference. I think it's within a lap, if I saw the numbers correctly.
Oh, she's also in.
Wow. The question is, do they know something that we don't know? Or do we know something they don't know about the total race distance? It could be fuel saving and doubling hard, but then in the end maybe the race will still be too long for us, even though it feels confident in the calculations. Let's see. I mean, the McLaren can do 27 full push, so like with the formation lap it's just confident 27. I have been lifting a lot here. Also I try to use every single bit of traffic to rather clutch and coast. Thought of going 28 for the first stint, but just extended. Right, so box. Where is my snack?
Good first stint.
Yeah, better than expected.
Yep. But the race starts now.
So the BMW is doing a double. Interesting. But they will have their tires very destroyed in the end.
Don't think BMW is doing a double. He pulled a lot of gap during the stop, so I think it was a short stop.
That's interesting. Yeah, the tire wear looked rough for them. Car, please. Is heavy, and 1.7 by Erzen is not slow, but yeah, we don't know how much fuel he has. everyone on different strategy again. Good times. So if Erzen in the BMW gained 8 seconds in the pit lane, it's like 1/4 of full tank. Of full fuel tank. Like 25 liters less. That does mean, I suppose, 2 to 3 tenths faster pace now. Hi Gibbo. That must be a first. The LMU himself or itself watching an RF2 stream. Very good times. Can I interpret that as rFactor 3 being already developed? What's that pace by Erzen now? Like, that's insane. He's just pulling such a gap. Feels more than 2 to 3 tenths per lap. Rip Mark White. 20 minutes short of fuel. That's... Okay, that makes sense then. I would have expected him to gain more time in the pits. Maybe he just had a rough in-lap or rough pit entry. Hi, David. LMU looked good though. People asking for codes, oh dear. Was it Jardier giving out some LMU codes last time in his stream? Maybe I should do the same. Well, David, do you have some codes for me to give out tomorrow? Half joke, half reality. I guess I should first add 2 zeros to my subscriber amount and then start asking. Because probably all of my subs already have LMU. Oh, Dan, good man. Nice. So Ren's behind me for sure now is doing the same as... Actually, no, Ren's behind is probably on new tires. A lap down, of course. It's a scary sight in the mirror. Suddenly a hypercar on inside. A little bit of extra glucose. Well, 0.1 millimoles is not yet low blood sugar, but when doing sports, it does already feel like loss of energy. Well, VCs, I mean GT3s are on the new tires because it's LMP2s as well are on the newest RF2 tires on the DLC, but hypercars aren't, and it's visible every time they overtake you. They are very sideways. Christos, I have to use food science 24/7. Well, supposedly there is some physiological exploit where a mild low blood sugar makes like your survival instincts go crazy. Start hunting for food, and supposedly that can mean better lap times. But it's impossible to nail those values and keep them stable, and eventually you actually run out of energy. And combine that with adrenaline and sugar is gonna spike up anyway. I mean, with if you have your own insulin production, that obviously helps with everything. And I don't have that, so it's a bit more difficult. I do actually feel really good in the morning, like if I skip breakfast and just keep going without it. The issue is just if I have practice, if I have to drive, race, then I instantly start feeling lack of energy. Well, that's quite a combination for breakfast. Touched the silly curb. Ah, you were talking about DLC tires. I don't know really. Well, the new tires are not available anyway, right? I'm I'm not sure. Really not that deep into modding, so I just assumed the newest RF2 DLC tires are, well, unavailable for public. Like you cannot just put them into your mod. Jimmy, yeah, probably Jimmy has the powers, but I don't really know. I mean, I assume here this is the same tires as we drove 2 years ago in GT Challenge. Having bears, well, I mean, a bear could be quite healthy, but it's a shame that the alcohol is kind of a poison, right? I do have 2 kind of nice bottles of beer in the fridge still. Probably will open one of them tonight. Although I should rather have a cup of blueberries. 2 long races tomorrow coming, so need to calculate things well. Copy, Jesper. Thank you for telling me. Or for reminding me, right? But I'm speeding. I don't think I can speed more. What is going on with these strategies? I really don't get it. So the leader will probably then box within 8, 9, 10 laps. Which is then earlier than us, ish. Such a scary front end on this car. Well, then Erzen is really short. He sensed my fear and sent it. One of the best things about Sebring is pushing like flat out into the like kind of into the wall out of last corner, but still like barely making it flat without scratching the wall. But with this car it's just not possible because it could just start doing a four-wheel drift at any moment. Alex, that did indeed happen. Ah, thank you, Alex, for the lemon greetings. Dear McLaren. I didn't really carry that much speed into turn 1. Thought I braked early enough, but I need to brake later. Earlier. Before I give Jesper a heart attack, if he didn't already get at least 3. I see Mr. Celik in the Porsche. He's now overtook everyone on the leader boxes. last time I got into the lead of an endurance race, I crashed after half of a lap. That's the esports thoughts that I have now. Okay, it was iRacing. So I have extra sim racing excuses for that. Copy, Jesper. Carlos, great question. Yeah, some are just going full push without fuel saving. I think we really have all the possible strategies, like doubling hearts but shortening second stint, then doing full fuel save single. We are doing full fuel save double. I don't know. Again, it's a difficult strategy for GT3s here because it's not time limited, it's laps limited. I mean, it's both in theory. It's whatever comes first, either 268 laps or 8 hours. But that's for the hypercar class. We just have to calculate roughly. Hope that we are correct. I mean, starting with a single full push medium is a viable strategy because that can then mean like 1.5 till the end. I don't know. Let's see. When you're used to Le Mans Ultimate Endurance Racing and go to here, back to RF2, I mean GT3s are kind of alright, but I could never do RF2 hypercars. virtual energy doesn't slow you down. I mean, problem is that it takes longer than fuel. You're just standing to fill an like theoretical tank that's not really physical. It's just like in the rule book or like in the computer. So if you go to 100% virtual energy but you would only need 50, you will lose like 20 seconds standing still.
I feel like the two is playing games, I just restart.
Your mic has died.
User disconnected from your channel.
I just realized I have probably forgot to put the link to, like the invite link to my new Discord into the description. I'll do it after the stint. At some point it looks like I will reach 2k subs, so we will have 2k party. I cannot promise 2k prize pool, but it's gonna be fun. Maybe RF2, maybe LMU. Where is... the Porsche boxed. Well, I have not reached 2k subs yet, but I don't see a reason why that wouldn't be happening in the next 2 or 3 months. As I'm still trying to improve everything. Copy Melich. I mean, I'm perfectly able to run out of tires myself. Just have to be super careful. Especially last and first corners, one big slide and it can just spiral out of control into a one stint instead of 2 stints. Trying my best, Arda, not to do it. It's not easy though, so maybe Jesper can manage. So let me scare you guys with some tire wear. This is really the best part of the double stint, like last 5 laps when fuel is low, lap times explode, and the balance is just beautiful. Jesper, you can join, I think. 4 to go.
How many laps? Okay.
Are you in the server?
Yes, yes.
Right with me, so I set the bit. Thank you. Fuel driver tire set. I will box this up.
All right. My PC is really not liking this streaming stuff. 80 FPS.
Uh-oh.
I'm not sure if I should turn it off or not.
Well, 80 is drivable, but I had like 100, 110 on average.
Good job.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't understand the strategies, like what others are doing. But I think what we are doing
No.
is good.
Yep.
Might be missing some important detail, but I think this is looking good. And the pace is really
Okay.
not as bad as we or as you maybe especially predicted. I don't know.
Well, your or my pace will be.
Let's see.
Be rough.
It's the worst
Does it
when
take
I have...
time to change wing?
Yeah.
Okay. It was just P1 car did that.
Ah. Weird. Maybe a mistake.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing is when some micro stutter happens into a fast corner. Just need to be, like, slower enough to be able to survive that.
Yeah.
Anyway, enjoy. And it's not iRacing, remember?
Yeah, I forgot it. I forgot it, honestly. Fuck.
Alright guys, well that's half of my job done. That's quarter of the race done. We are actually going much further than what I anticipated. Like on the paper, like we actually did like full 2 hours now. That's confusing. So we are now half a minute behind the leader, but I'm really not following any of the strategies at all. So Shiny, we are currently P3. Yeah, it's a shame that the RF2 doesn't have split standings for different classes. But yeah, we are P3 in the class, and we have gone by far the longest. So yeah, I don't know. Like this is, in my opinion, this is looking really good. And the race is 8 hours or 268 laps for the fastest class. And last year it ended, I think, like 10 to 15 minutes before 8 hours, because well, the laps were done quicker. And this year the hypercars are faster, I believe. Maybe they have to do more pit stops, but they are faster. So that should mean that Jesper, don't drift. That should mean that the race is effectively shorter, which means less laps for us, but we are already going more than what we need. Yeah, just in case I opened with 2 times 29 so that we are fully safe. But this should be safe. Double stints of hearts till the end. And many others, I mean, almost everybody will have to do extra pit stop. With extra tire change as well. I don't know. Discord link, of course. Thank you for the reminder, I already forgot. Right, so how do we do this now? Found the link, Control C, no, what? It's not Control C. It was Control X, which is not great. Anyway, Control V and save. So in theory, there should be now link available in the description. And it indeed is available in the description, which is nice. Right, so, well, if you guys want to join, I'm not fully sure what exactly is gonna be the theme of the Discord. I knew that I kind of need it, and some people have requested it, but there is place to discuss all the hardware, software and everything else. And also we will run some events through there, depending on how future goes. There you go, link in the chat. Bonnie want to free Ferrari finish is... I mean, I'm kind of a childhood Ferrari fan, so I like that. I also very much like the Kubica way of doing things. Quality doesn't matter, just make it onto the podium from P10 or wherever, it's fine. I'm angry with Cadillac, to be honest. I told they're gonna be fast. They were P1, P2 and they bottled it. Not even at racing speeds. Anyway. But yeah, Qatar, I mean, it's good that LMU has waited a little bit, so you know that cutting, like curb narrowing to prevent cutting will be now available in the track, right? Because it's gonna be the latest scan, and without that it would be not ideal. But it's really good to see the hypercars and the GTs move around the track as they do, because F1 cars are just like, it doesn't look right. The curbs are huge, the corners are big and flat, and it's just, I don't know. It's a nice layout, but probably it's really good fun to drive, but a bit boring to watch, maybe. But looking at how hypercars glide across the tarmac there and take the curbs and so on, it's much better in my opinion. The Cadillac, yeah, exactly, they hate winning. They're so fast. They have the pace. They keep binning it. Unbelievable. Peter, yes, I do use tiny pedal. I think it's... not sure why it turns off when I'm not driving. Auto hide. Jesper, that's not the racing line. So auto hide was the culprit. But it doesn't work now because it thinks that I'm in the pit lane. It doesn't work for spectator, I think. Although the guy, the developer, has done some stuff for spectators, but I'm yet to look into it. Spectating disabled. I'm not gonna mess with this now. But there is something. This has been in some latest builds. We even have pace notes. It can tell you stuff. For railing and so on. Pretty nice. Auto hide. I'm gonna keep it like this. Well, thank you, Peter. Trying to be a good sim racer, not sure if best, but well, doing my best for sure. Hi Michelle, wet driving in LMU. Yeah, so one thing you can do or have to do is move brake bias a bit to the rear. I don't know, depends on the car probably, 2-4%. Then you need, in hypercars, you need to increase the battery deploy, because you're deploying less in the wet. And it could be the case, I'm not sure, I've never done like Portimao full wet race, but it could be that you actually need to decrease the regen level, because there is potentially no way to burn off all the electricity that you gain. But well, that's for the settings. And then for the driving itself, I've not tried the latest tires yet. I think they concentrated most on the driving and not too much on the wets. But what you need to do is, so if you slide, it's not great, right? So in hairpins you have to still don't go around the outside. All right. Now I'm thinking, like, in the hairpins there is gonna be very little front grip, so you kind of have to feel what the rear is doing and use it to rotate, but like slide less, just yeah, very minimally. Like overall it's just like a grip multiplier. The puddles are just visual. There is no real drying line. There is a little bit of drying line, and all you need to do is kind of be on the dry line, which is usually the racing line itself, or maybe slightly to the inside of that, so if you like have a little bit of overspeed into the corner, it stops you when you fully go into it, kind of. It needs work, right? The rain in the LMU. It needs a proper grip loss over rubber line. It doesn't really have it yet, so just yeah, go slower and nail the braking points. Actually, that's the most important. Feeling confidence on the brakes. Yeah, just yeah, kind of yeah. I think like 75% of the wet driving is just learning where the changeable braking points are. With gaining confidence with brake bias, and then whatever happens in the corners, it doesn't really matter too much. If we have done a good braking point, it's gonna be fast. I mean, it feels a lot different than in the dry, but it's not as different of a driving experience like it is in iRacing when it becomes wet. Again, because there is no puddles, no aquaplaning, no great effect of rubber decreasing the grip. So yeah, kind of just drive as it's dry and really try to feel the car and understand how the grip is changing lap by lap. And of course, if you know that the race is gonna be predominantly wet, and if it's open setup, then you need to kind of build the setup around higher rear wing, softer suspension, and so on. Anyway, I will need a brief pause here to stretch my back to get some food. And I will be back in a little bit. Jesper seems to be doing a smooth job at the moment, pulling a gap to the Porsche behind. The leader is on the alternate strat, right? Mr. Naui. They're doing 1.5 stints on hards, I believe. So Jesper, I'll be back in a bit. If there is code 80, box for just refuel. Yeah, well, enjoy the racing. I think Jesper is streaming, right? Actually, let me do that. There we go. If you guys wanna go on Twitch or talk to Jesper, he's gonna be able to respond there. Don't make him crash by making weird questions. Thank you. And see you soon. What's going on then? I guess the BMW in P2 has boxed without changing tires, so this strategy is super interesting. Okay. This is going way smoother than I anticipated, to be honest. Jesper kept telling that the car is 8/10 of pace. I kind of didn't believe, because this car is really good around bumps, but it hates long, fast corners. And Sebring is full of both. One moment. One moment again. Streaming is tricky. Always have to double think what I can click and what I cannot click. What I can show and what I cannot show. It is 3 more laps, right? Including this one.
Yep.
remember to select yourself in the pit menu. Michi, so you could stay with Jesper in the chat, like after he pits. So in 2 laps he pits. I'm gonna keep telling him to box until he pits, and then I go for some more break. So for those 10, 15, 20 minutes you could be here just in case, maybe, or like just listen if Jesper has something to ask. Hi Fabio. Fabio, how is the pace at Kota? Practicing? I've done like 5 laps yesterday to make a screenshot, or was it 2 days ago? But tomorrow VMS Pro is gonna be fun. Still not sure when to practice for the race. Didn't do a lap yet. Great news. So we are kind of on the same level. I assume Michi hasn't been practicing either. That's a good question, Fabio, because the caddy is good into corners like, well, low. I imagine it's good into low speed corners where you need good front end, and there is quite a few of those at Kota. But then I imagine it's gonna be quite tricky on the brakes and quite tricky in the high speed. But yeah, I don't know. Michi, yeah. Well, hopefully you get good till tomorrow evening. The death understeer. Anyway, Jesper is in. Full tank, no change, right?
Yeah. So what's the status with people and so on?
That's a great question. It's all over the place, but looking good. But let's see where the BMW of Naui and
User joined your
Erzan
channel.
ends up with this strategy.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hey.
So I guess I don't need any insight on lap times or anything, right? Just if something breaks, I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna try both 2.4 of Spa and then straight into VMS Pro and see how it goes. Hopefully my arms don't fall off.
So Server just said 5 hours remaining.
Yeah, we are on hour for whatever reason. So you can do now lap less on fuel.
Yeah, it's whatever hits first. 8 hours or distance.
Yeah, it's indeed very tight. Well, Alex, that's a beautiful issue to have, right? Oh. They managed to figure out where to put the cars, which is nice. An inconvenience. Copy. Are the hypercars that slow or what? Like, what? So it's lap 100 and... Nah, I think... Oh, nice broken UI there. That's in fact very tight. We go back to the previous fuel target, I think.
Yeah, I was already doing that, so...
Good. I don't know how to calculate this. Like last year, it's been shorter than 8 hours. I mean, always this Sebring race is shorter than 8 hours. If there are hypercars involved. I don't know, let's see. Thanks, Jesper. I'm gonna wait for corner exit.
So is the Porsche and BMW on new tires, or where are we with that?
Porsche is doing the same as you, just shorter stints. BMW is in the end of their first tire stint, I think. Yeah, Mitch is just not that accurate, and then it depends on the strategy of the leading class. But I mean, as long as we stay on target like 1 stint per hour, we should be extremely safe. And in the worst case, we just extend last stint by extra lap. Yeah, well, currently Jimmy is walking his dogs, I believe, or he's AFK, so... Then the later in the race we go, the least probability of code 80 there is normally. But in this case, everyone else will have at least one more pit stop to do if we are marginal, and if we are not marginal, then we are safe. Well, Alex, thank you for insights and your ideas. Let me consult my calculator again. It depends on the hypercars. And the hypercars did 101 laps in 2 hours. Wait, what? My brain is broken. Seriously, calculator is trolling me. It's 106. It's not been 2 hours, it's been 3 hours. I told you my brain is broken. It can be tight. For now we don't know. It could be 10 minutes short. It could go to the actual 8-hour limit. And the safest thing we can do is keep doing what we're doing. Right, well, one more back stretch. Ah, we have the leader in the pits. So they have done 3 hours 10. If they do the same again, it's gonna be 6 hours 20. And they then have 1:40 to go. And that's just another double stint. That's interesting. They will need one more tire change with 2 more pit stops. Michi, it's the BMW things, right? Leaking fuel tank. So, Erchan back into the car. Yeah, 2 more pit stops for them and 1 more tire change. It's... And actually, they have done now 1 extra stop and already 1 extra tire change. So, from here, they must gain a whole minute and a bit and still do another pit stop. I don't know about it. Where is now... What is going on there? The timing bugged or what? Or did they have a problem in the pits? Plus 1 lap, that doesn't sound correct. Hi Nick, over 500 signed up. Yeah, that's been the numbers lately, right? It's really good, for sure. That's what, 25 splits. If it's 20 splits, 20 cars per split in beginner, that's really good. And seeing the system work with so many servers and so big load, and it just handles it. Really good sight. Really looking forward to the full release of the game and for the driver swaps and the liveries. What happened with Ercan? 5 minutes. I'm gonna take my broadcasting or like streaming privileges and double check. The replays in these sessions always get broken. So it was all looking good. And then sector 3 was 4 minutes. Was there some damage on the car? It's going straight. Oh, that's not the best camera angle to see the steering wheel. But I could do it like this. The steering wheel is straight. Change the tires. That's not been 3 minutes. Anyway. Now why doesn't the overlay auto hide anymore? Whatever. Right, well, Michi, if you can look after Jesper for 10 minutes, that would be much appreciated. I just need a little bit of a back stretch. And after Jesper finishes this stint, I am back in the car. So alright, see you soon again. So, Michi, I'm back, so you can go do your stuff. Hi Max, can someone explain to me how to drive LMH in LMU? It's like car is driving me, not me driving. Well, let me think. Yeah, Michi, talk to later you. About hypercars in LMU. So thing is that the cars are heavy and they have a lot of power. Okay, Michi. So about LMU, yeah, thing is that the brakes are not as powerful as what you would expect. So the braking distances in hypercars are significantly longer than braking distances in, let's say, GT3s. So you have to keep that in mind. And then the front axle is really not doing as much as one would expect. Like the cars are not that quick in corners. There are some corners in which GT3s might actually be able to outperform hypercars for a brief moment. So you just need to be realistic about how much front grip you have. The worst corner for that is kind of like turn 4 at Portimao, that downhill braking into left hairpin. The front just will never grip, and it's so annoying, but there is just nothing you can do about it. Just be slower or expect to have less grip. And also the inside loves to lock up a little bit, and then you just go straight. So some cars, like, you have to distinguish between LMH and LMDH. So LMDH has regen on the rear and deploy on the rear, and for some reason that means that it locks up the front easily. It's harder to stop, I don't know why. And LMH cars like Toyota and Ferrari and Peugeot have motor, the electric stuff on the front, and somehow that means that it's stopping a lot better. The braking distance is shorter, you can be more aggressive into apex. But currently it looks like that the braking performance is less of a problem, because LMDH cars on most tracks have an edge, at least on the current BOP. But yeah, it's a weird class of cars. Like, I mean, even in real life, if you watch WEC, they kind of don't really look that fast in low speed, right? In high speed they are flying, but in low speed they are kind of terrible. So yeah, I don't know. I know that for sure there could be a bit more feeling, or like it doesn't feel fully natural, but it still feels good to me. But yeah, you need patience, kind of. Like Jesper, the man who is currently driving this McLaren, he absolutely hates how they handle. He wants brakes and grip, but you get heavy weight and a lot of power and tiny brakes. So yeah, it's kind of it's an interesting class of cars. Jankesh, the race is going quite well. I don't really know what's going on exactly, because we are the only ones going long. Everybody else is doing like 1 or 2 laps, or even 3 laps less. Or in case of so Erchan is now back into the lead lap. So there was a timing bug. It showed him like 1 lap behind, or even 2 laps for some time. So Erchan is doing 1.5 on hards. The Porsche behind us now boxed. Why did the Porsche behind now box? It's about time for that, right? So the strategies are very, very interesting and varying. So yeah, let's see. But it looks good. I mean, we are in the lead, we are going the longest, although the next stop will be longer because of tire change. So we will most likely, yeah, we will temporarily lose the lead. But yeah, let's see how it turns out in the end. Yeah, without major problems, indeed. Ay, ay, ay. You drove a lot of LMH at Assetto Corsa. Yeah, so Assetto Corsa is a weird one. I think there is... I don't know, every time I, as a RF2 and LMU driver, go to anything that Kuno's programmed, I feel like it feels good, but I have zero clue what the sim wants from me. Like, I can go fast, I can go consistent, but it's gonna be 1 second of pace. And I'm on the limit of everything, perfectly, no overheating, no overdoing, like perfect lines, perfect input, but it's just slow and it's just so weird. And the slower the car is, the worse the problem is for me. So maybe with hypercars it wouldn't be that bad. Well judged, Jesper. So there will for sure be a step between AC and LMU, and it can be a problematic one both ways. But at least we are sure for LMU that we have a couple of real-life drivers giving often giving input and feedback about how tires are and how they should be, and that's not the case for AC. So, and I heard that the most consistent feedback from real-life drivers was that the front is too powerful, so they had to tame down the front. Well, now currently just in GT3s in LMU, but it will happen in hypercars at some point as well. Hypercars with the new GT3 tires could be good, yeah. I'm just the rear is still a bit too slidey. Like, the rear needs to be... It enters a slide too soon. Like now, David Perel made a good video about it, that it's now a lot better because the rear will not just instantly slide whatever you do, even though I don't think that was the case before, but it's... oh, don't do that. We have absolutely no grip around that corner on the exit, so whenever a car tries to push its way around the outside, it's just like, ah. The issue is that if you lift, you're just gonna understeer, and if you stay on throttle, you're just gonna understeer as well. It's kind of a deadly position. Anyway, hypercars in LMU on the new tires. So the front, as Perel said, they have to add a little bit of grip on the front. It's a bit too dead now, I think, and he thinks. And he thinks the rear is fine, but I think the rear is like before, just it has more grip. And it has more grip with big slip angles still. So if you put that on a hypercar, it's gonna get quite broken. So they need to do some adjustments before they put it onto the hypercars. Because it would really be unfortunate to have a hypercar going into Sebring T1 with 10 degrees of slip angle and just casually surviving and even gaining time. Ah, tough luck, Christos. And that's kind of the worst feeling, but well, at the same time it's good to have some free time, right? Right, well, I will be soon back into the car. Let me calculate. 10 more laps ish. What if we got a stiffer suspension? Well, I mean, suspension is what it is, right? Like, they have real-life data from... It was close. They have real-life data from several teams, and like, the suspension parameters are known. They know what the stiffnesses people tend to use in real life, so that's what they put into setups. Although probably... Oh! There goes the BMW. And I saw the message that he got 1 lap adjustment, so that must have been a bug that he lost a lap. Probably they complained that Jimmy added a lap to them, but now a disconnection. Well, one less worry for us on track, but tough luck for them. He made a great lap to start from pole position. But yeah, about suspension, probably in real life they often put stiffer values depending on track, but we still have in LMU that tendency that softer suspension will just instantly equal more grip. So on some tracks it would actually be kind of nice to lose the softer springs and be kind of forced to run certain ARB and certain spring rate, because the car feels better on stiffer suspension, it just has less grip. Yeah, but the main problem is just the tires. But they are working on that constantly. It's good that there is still people from the ISI times who have worked on the tire model for a decade plus.
What happened to the Blackhawk car?
Well, just its connection, I think.
So they out or what?
Yeah. The tire update?
That effing sucks for them.
Yeah, from pole to disconnection is pain.
Yeah, that's very rough.
Carlos, the tire update is good for... like, it makes cars handle better or much better in the intended operating window. Now they have to just make sure...
When I was watching his stream, he was also, like the stream was lacking, like connection-wise, so I don't know if it's been an issue for some time.
Also seems like they suddenly randomly lost a lap and then server added a lap to them, and yeah.
Okay, so yeah, issues. Connection-wise.
Yeah, step in the right direction, most likely indeed, but they still have to make sure that we stay in the intended operating window of the tire, that we are not forced to push the car outside of that and use slip angles that are twice too big, at least in qualifying. They kind of tried to tackle it with thermal deck being increased, which probably works in the race, but when you have to go full crazy in qualifying, produce a proper slip angle nightmare, then it's not great, right? Thinking if I should restart the game, so I have 15 more minutes. I'm gonna quickly rejoin. Nice. Well, game, please finish writing the replay and let me restart. Yeah, Perel did talk about aero, although I mean aero is another thing, right? If it's in the realistic window, they cannot just. I mean, artificially you can do a lot of stuff. Yeah, currently I'm stuck on this. Is that like kind of burned? Ah, I thought it was a bit burned into the monitor, but yeah, got me worried. But it was just frozen in the wrong time. Either way, back into RF2. Let's turn on FFB again. And now RF2 won't turn on. Of course. Let's try again. Now it's turning on. Good. Sorry, there is something on the mic. Okay. I just really hope that Perel has the understanding of full push in the sim, because the way he drives, he probably cannot really feel the esports stuff from RF2 days, while some of us can, and it can get very annoying. Because the last thing we want is a drift tire again. Spectate. Sidewall, I mean, it's many things, right? It's also all the layers of the tire and where the temperature is in each layer and how the layers interact with each other and everything like that. We still don't even have the temperature transfer from the brakes to the tire. Like, that's something that quite has to be added, right? I mean, there is several things which can still be massively improved, which is a great thing, right? to have already a beautiful sim, but with still big opportunity to make it even better. Why is this tiny pedal doing this now? Auto height. Lock. Well, whatever. Calibrate. FFB is fine. Yeah, there is many easy things to do, I think. But what is not, I mean, probably what is not easy is to actually find a lot of time to actually properly test. I mean, they have some pretty good drivers then. Well, there is, I mean, pretty quick esports drivers like Devin and Dennis, who can really try each tire and push it to the esports levels of drifts and actually feel with all the experience from the past how it's behaving and how it should and so on, and combine that with real life feedback. But well, I guess you produce 50 different models and then to properly test it on different classes, like you would need to have, I don't know, 5 groups of like combinations of, I don't know, one esports driver, one real life racer, one dev, 5-10 groups like that, each having their own sets of tires to be tested and to find what's going on and what's good, what's not good. It's kind of a lot of work, right? At least for now it looks like we actually have the extra time to at least get somewhere, because 1 year ago it felt like it's now or never. 2, 3, 4 months, then MSG money runs out. But now it's not like that. Now we have the sales going up and we have MSG doing well, streamlining the processes, removing a lot of people, cutting the costs, and at the same time increasing the profit, right? So looks like the situation is really good. Yeah, I really think that if LMU didn't succeed, that would be one of the biggest tragedies for sim racing. You would then get stuck with either iRacing or Kunos, or something that's not really a sim anymore, or that's it's very old sim. So it's really good to see this growth here for LMU. And I really hope that one day we get rF3 or whatever the name will be, with kind of all the goodness of LMU, but also with modding support. Because I want to drive F1 cars on LMU physics. Formula Sim Racing WC 2030. Let's go. Yeah, AC Evo is gonna be a weird one. Yeah, I don't know. I have limited experience. Maybe I drove 1 hour of AC Evo, but at the moment it doesn't feel any different than the old AC. So what's the point really? But let's see what happens.
3 laps.
Yeah, copy. Yeah, AC Evo, FFB, it's, to me it's like ACC or old AC. It's kind of there, but it's quite artificial. Like, you can drive cars, you can drive them fast. Some cars are looking like a great fun. I don't know, let's see what they do. We have Niels Naujoks saying and explaining how they drove real-life cars around track, and they try to replicate that handling, but that's really not the precise way to do things. You will get a rough feeling of how things are, but you will not really get a spot-on exact sim. I mean, let's see. I'm really looking forward to the open world. I always thought that that's what's missing from sim racing, like some esports where you just, I don't know, from the southernmost to the northernmost point of the Eiffel region esports race, who can do it fastest. Let's go. I'm going into that instantly if I can. But yeah, let's see what happens. VRC Formula 24, I have not tried that yet. I have a list of stuff that I should try in AC, but there is just not enough time. And if there is time, I need to grind iRating. On GT7 I never really tried, but it does look like kind of a simcade, or like half simcade. Excuse me, I don't know. Let's see what they produce out of it. I expected much more out of their early access. At the moment they don't really have much to show. MSG, no, they don't have the Indy license anymore, I think. I think they sold Indy license. They still have BTCC license. They still have that one. I'm just not sure what exactly they're doing with it. They still have Formula E, Formula E license, I think. BTCC Formula E, and I mean, yeah, they can do WEC, ELMS, ALMS, IMSA. They should put that to LMU. I agree. I would love if they just open it up for modding, right? But I'm really not sure how exactly the licensing and like all the agreements are for what LMU is. If they have like contract with ACO about producing official endurance racing sim, then there is zero space for BTCC car. Pit request, full tank, new wets, and myself, please, into the car.
Okay.
Anyway, good times for sim racing, right? Not best times for esport because of the hole that was created when RF2 esports stopped, but it's coming back. For sure, when it comes to licenses, they can
almost go a lap longer.
Sounds like you cannot really.
It will be a slow lap. I would have like 3 for the lap. So I guess not.
No need.
Okay.
Yeah, so Qatar. And then if they like, they can easily put all these tracks for European Le Mans Series and Asian Le Mans Series.
I guess it will be close with the Porsche out of the box.
Potentially. Probably not though.
Like I had 22 seconds behind when he boxed. But he's been driving a lot faster than what I could on these tires.
Well, so box. FFB's on.
scary.
Indeed. Okay, well, good leading.
Thank you. I hate Sebring, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yep. And I think I told chat like maybe 50, 60 times.
That's once per lap, roughly.
Yeah. Yeah, you've been live all the time, right?
I've been live.
Yeah. I smell like a shower already, but I'm soon in again.
Well, 2 hours.
I could make a show, but first food.
I just changed the Rafa jersey to the other one,
I only have
so
one.
I'm fresh again. Don't kill the engine, please.
Okay. Ooh. Anyway,
it's
good
coming.
luck.
Thank you. Enjoy the food.
Thank you.
And we are back on track, which is nice. Just need to remember that it's new tires, and I absolutely hate how new tires feel. Studio 397 are in Qatar, really? I mean, that's nice, right? If that means they are getting more real life data, or maybe they are scanning a couple of more pictures to make it more consistent with the new season, like the track. Valkyrie, yeah, they could be on that. I mean, they don't need to go there really for that. They can get all the needed models and graphics without going there, but I mean, since it's official game, it makes sense that on many races there is representatives from the studio gathering data for the sim. What all WEC? Suzuka. Well, I'm not sure. I mean, WEC raced at Suzuka, right? Surely. LMU is sponsoring WEC, isn't the... I thought it was the other way around. Kind of WEC keeping LMU afloat when it was tricky. That was that was long ago, I guess. Then I thought it was more in recent times for Suzuka. But yeah, like if they could get stuff like Suzuka, Sepang, well, Abu Dhabi, I imagine, from Asian Le Mans series, Paul Ricard, where does ELMS race as well? Barcelona maybe. That would be suddenly much nicer. But if IMSA is able to be here in WEC game, then suddenly we have a lot of American tracks, and that's suddenly 10 extra circuits. And most of them are already done, like Long Beach, let's say. It's a beautiful track in RF2. They can just copy paste it here. To LMU, and no extra work, but a lot more experience to be had. Mexico. Yeah, maybe. Commentator spoke of LMU, really? That's really good news. But I imagine that on every WEC venue, when there is a race, there are some LMU simulators where the public can drive, I imagine. Yeah, Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez. That's a dive and a half. LMU Sims at Himalaya, that's probably been quite popular. Although I saw pictures from Qatar with barely any fans around. I need to see those videos, Hachemi. I don't know. But if that's the case, then indeed there must have been some huge money found, which only makes everything a lot nicer. There wasn't much gap between us there. Marketing, I guess. If they call it official simulator of WEC, then probably less sales. mean, LMU can be a game, right? All sims can be a game, but not many games can be a sim. Meanwhile, we are in the second half of the race. And I'm back to complaining about front axle grip. Yeah, 3 hours 50 to go. You know what happened in iRacing at Bathurst in less than that. From 26 to the lead, into the barrier, into 20. All within 3 hours and a half, so still a lot can happen here. It's still such a weird season this year, like Spa and Interlagos at the start were, I don't know, we did good effort to get anywhere and we were still 2, 3, 4 tenths of pace. Started the season in P2, although almost, no, was it P3 even, almost a minute of the lead. And we did a really good strategy, good driving, good everything, but the pace just wasn't there. Similar for Interlagos, just no pace. Suddenly, easy leading. I don't know. I mean, now I don't know if probably we are in the effective easy lead now. Like we are leading and we are going the longest, and we are potentially able to skip a whole pit stop in the end. The VEC on RF2 is organized by Sim Racing Club, led by Jimmy Allison. And this is actually 17th season. And it's one season per year, so... This series have surely seen a lot in the past. Many drivers, more or less known, race there, including a lot of top esports drivers, and including people like Jimmy Broadbent, when he still had 10k subs. Well, I believe VEC will switch from RF2 to LMU if it works correctly for next season. it needs to work. It needs to be stable. But it should be just about in time, right? Because usually sign-ups open late in August or like September. And then season actually starts in September, October. So the timing should work. Last 2 rounds, well, next round will be Nürburgring. I think it's 6 hours. And last round, of course, Le Mans 24. This McLaren will be probably a big nightmare around Le Mans. And we have to make it drivable for the additional 2 drivers that will race it. Probably we will have Mitch in the car. And then somebody else within a Rafa group. Melich, that's a difficult question. Well, for me personally, the more downforce the car has and more power it has, the better it is. Jesper doesn't like hypercars. I don't really like cars with ABS, because I don't know how to drive ABS. I prefer the old-fashioned lockup. But then in the end, we will drive whatever feels best and whatever the team decides is best to do. I mean, look, this corner here, let's say. Look what happened. I kind of had a bit of a rear snap. I missed the apex. That was when I braked like my brain tells me to brake. Into every braking zone I have to override my brain and tell it to lift. Like, lift and the rotation will happen. But I don't want to lift because I kind of think that I have to keep braking to have more front end. But all I do is overheating the tires and do the micro lockups on the front inside. And actually this driving this GT3 here is good practice. I figured out it's kind of similar problem in iRacing LMU and RF2. Even though they have massively different ABS implementations. Like just the principle of how you need to brake and then release the brake and rotate is similar. Bring back GTE. Well, it's a historic multi-class, right? And we go into ABS again. Could probably just fully release the brake, have a bit of a rear drift, make perfect apex. Bring back GT2s and GT1s from 2000s, let's go. I have a dream that one day there will be a historic pack with Dodge Viper V10 in LMU. There is so much you can do with this game even without extra licenses. Even historic Sebring layouts. Porsche Carrera GT ever race anywhere? It wasn't really a race car, right? But that would be quite something to drive as well. I guess like early 2000s historic pack would sell really well because so many people are attached to those cars or have grown up watching those cars. Thank you for the sub, Matej. Dobrodošel. Now the front gripped too well. Yellow flag? Uh-oh. Hope the guy is just spun around without any damage. A code 80 would be actually quite unfortunate now. We have quite some strategical advantage. Thinking of driving the CLK GTR Mercedes around Le Mans without the Mulsanne chicanes. Or the McLaren F1s. Actually, the tires would be spot on for those. Because back in the days, the tires were less grippy. Slightly more vague. The current tire model in LMU would be spot on for those cars, really. Would be such a joy. I'm smashing the brakes way too hard. this curb. It feels so takeable and so flat, but every time I take a lot of it I lose time. Nice afternoon sun. I'm really looking forward to installing the new CPU, because then I'll suddenly be able to turn on all the graphics details to quite high and the post-processing to high, and the effects are gonna be nice. The night at Le Mans is gonna be beautiful. Jesper will have the delight of looking straight into the sun at Sunset Bend, as the sunset will happen actually with second to last stint. The race actually ends in the dark. Good morning, Hyper. Welcome to Florida. Speaking of morning and afternoon and so on, it's quite funny because we have real life weather here, apart from the position of sun. So it's actually temperature of the air as it would be at the moment at Sebring, but sun is relative to European time. But in RF2, the track temperature is more dependent on the sun than on the air temp, so it's not that much of a confusion. Florida sucks, don't come here, copy. Oh, that's something that people who really enjoy Florida for themselves would say, right? I mean, there are some pretty beautiful spaces on Florida, right? Geographically. Like peninsulas and small islands and so on. I think I remember one day losing myself in Google Maps, scrolling through the coast of Florida. Although I did as well wonder what happens if sea level rises or there is like a tsunami or something. Because like tens of thousands of houses were basically built on the beach. Well, let's say I don't like spiders, and especially I don't like spider webs. Spiders are kind of fine. Also, I don't particularly like alligators. I don't know how much of all that is there. Florida man always manages to figure it out. Got me. The increase of size of spiders and spider webs, even when going from Slovenia to Croatia, is pretty scary. And I imagine Florida is a nice space for big spiders. That sounds like quite an ominous list. Lizards are fine, right? Uh-oh. Don't flat out into me, please. Thank you. But yeah, I prefer no snakes, no spiders, no bears, no alligators, no panthers. Happy to stay in Slovenia. We have bears around here as well. But they tend to run away. Out of 10. I would appreciate that number being 10 out of 10. I think the USA for me is quite a confusing country. Like, I don't know, it just feels the freedom is so big that everybody really can choose whatever they want and nobody will bother them. But because of how people work, most of people live in relative poverty anyway. Just that in USA there is no big system that prevents that. Which at least doesn't make it communistic, right? People don't know how to drive here. I guess that's how people drive around the whole world anyway. So I imagine it's a pretty good place to be, Florida, if you have a couple of billions, so you don't need to drive. And you have some secluded mansion where no big animals come. Or that you have big enough walls that they stay outside. Right, so Celik is boxed. So I imagine that's full tank old tires for them. Which means that I should now pull a bit of a gap extra before they box and eventually get an undercut on us. Well, I don't particularly like being cold in the winter. I prefer being a bit hot in the summer than cold in the winter. Come on, ABS. Let's blame the ABS. I need to learn how to ABS consistently one day. I could never live in Northern Europe. I mean, if there was no chance, obviously I would find a way. But if there is a choice, I would prefer a little bit of global warming, you know. Nice drift. Let that be the last one. To babysit the rear left for a lap, otherwise it will spiral out of control. Jesper likes it in Denmark. For me, summer begins when temperature is above 27 or 28, and then I like 2 or 3 months of summer. So I should be a good fit for Florida weather, right? Like above 25 or like below 25 Celsius, I cannot even sit outside in shorts and in t-shirt. It's gonna become cold. You can run around in 22, 23 in shorts if you're active. But like 26, 27, 28 is a sweet spot. Okay, 30 plus becomes hot quite soon. Like my rear left, which I forgot to babysit. The wear is fine. dive. Rear snap into heavy understeer. Well, at least I didn't clickbait anyone. Yannick, I have probably explained one or two times in the previous streams. Actually, did I talk about that earlier? So it's quite simple. Basically, hypercars are on old tire model of RF2, which I just cannot be bothered with. The LMP2 is kind of like historic class already. And it's not, I don't know, I mean we had the setups and understanding of the car from Le Mans Virtual and so on, but it sounded a bit boring. But then GT3s are kind of getting to some extent copy-pasted from RF2 to Le Mans Ultimate, and the tire model is, well, different, right? But still ABS is ABS, it's not good to really fully load it here in RF2 either. Driving is kind of similar, so I thought, well, LMU GT3s, I will need to drive them fast at some point, so why not kind of prepare for that through VC. But like physics-wise, if you forget the tires, it's quite similar. And then also Rafa Racing Club have been racing McLaren GT4s, and it was a fitting combination and a fitting challenge. Just taking the real life livery, putting it onto this. FSR this year, that's a difficult question. would kind of love to do it, right? But at the same time we need to allocate the time correctly. And currently the issue is that I need the I rating. Is that a PB? PB of the stint, still 1/10 of PB of the race. So I kind of cannot tell my team and then drift nice. I kind of cannot tell the team, well, I'm gonna do 10 FSR races, spend 10 hours of each of them. But because of that, I will not be in split 1 after half a year or so in big iRacing events. Although, you know, LMU is growing up. My dream is that after half a year iRacing is irrelevant anyway. But till then we need LMU to actually be V1.0 and stuff like the Man Virtual Series actually being announced. So for now it looks like FSR is not gonna have big enough coverage and everything like that for me to make sense to race, which is kind of a shame. We were kind of trying to make it kind of bigger than it is, but then RF2 is it is kind of like, it's not a dead game, but it's not being actively developed, right? So how can I tell my team, yeah, I'm gonna spend 100 hours on a game that's, well, not really that active. Probably more people will be interested in streams and reels and shorts from random daily Le Mans Ultimate races as well. And yeah, Rafa is a sponsor of GT4 European. Mr. Rafa himself also drives in that series. Yeah, RF2 GT3s are not that great. I mean, as I said, on fresh tires it's terrible, but once you have like 30% remaining, it's nice. William, that question is kind of heavy, but I just thought of it earlier today. I don't know, I mean, it could happen to be so. I mean, I've driven RF2 for 11 years now. It's just weird to think of it. But if it in fact happens that LMU explodes in player base and has huge competition going on, we just focus solely on that, and then rFactor 3 comes out in 3, 4, 5 years, I don't know. Then yeah, indeed, there will be nothing on RF2 anymore. But I don't know. Let's see. Jesper, I'm gonna start crying soon. It's you know, like 1 lap to go anyway. It's I would focus, but there is nobody pressuring me. Like, everybody is on weird strategies, so what can I do? What I wanted to say, last race of the season, like 24 hours of Le Mans, would be quite a fitting end to an RF2 career, right? Win the championship, win the race, uninstall the game like Mr. Max have told us 2 years ago. Move on to Le Mans Ultimate. Fully. I don't know, maybe. I would be then, with my teammates, the undisputed forever champion of RF2. I think everybody's going for more stints, at least one stint more. Anyway, box. Stuff is set, right? Everything is fine, tires are good. And we are in the pits. Tough luck, Arda. Our commiserations. Hardware... yeah. I mean, I had PC dying on me with blue screen in the middle of... was it SPA qualifying, right? Round 1 here in VC, suddenly in the middle of outlap. PC shut off. Turned out to be excessive CPU boosting in Asus BIOS, so that's all been turned off and now it's stable. Anyway, new CPU soon. Well, Nico Romanus, yeah, so the thing is that if this was qualifying, I mean, if you check qualifying, I was kind of fighting everywhere. But the thing is with... are the cars by? They are by, okay. The thing is that to make a double stint work here, I need to be super careful, and it actually turns out that one bigger slide basically means big death for the tire for 2 laps. So the car just needs to be driven almost kind of like in iRacing. You can still push it quite a bit, but especially with this McLaren, like in high-speed corners, you just have to assume that fronts are made out of cheese and that the rear is wanting to kill you in every moment that you give it the chance. So I just need to be driving on 97% the limit all the time, and then perhaps it looks more comfortable. But we did work extra hard to make this setup drivable. It was not an easy task. It's still not drivable. And it was fine at Bahrain, it was fine at Road America and so on. At Monza it was fine, but if I take any of those setups and drive it around here, I'm gonna crash instantly. Quite unbelievable. Arda, well, you can post the link. Do you have? I mean, depends on what is in the link, and then depends what the YouTube automatic filtering does. But I have that top chat turned off, so. Wheels and pedals completely locked. Oof. Mr. Rafa, well, I mean, it's not too appropriate to talk about every single detail of how things work. But, oh, Mr. Milan left the race now. How could I put it? Yeah, well, I will be helped with, so it's not like I'm gonna receive a whole new PC or anything, but I will receive help, so I will be able to rebuild it a bit easier. We have just figured out together that whatever I do with this CPU 12600K, that there is no chance that it can smoothly run a modern sim with OBS and stream running. Just no way to make it do that. Whatever the software optimizations are. Gonna do the last ever RF2 race in a suit. Would need to have a nice Rafa logo on there. Well, either way, Arda, that was a nice pole position lap. Arda, do you have Fanatec by a chance? See magic wheel Fanatic paddles. I mean, it sounds weird that not only the wheel disconnected, but also the pedals went to... Ooh, nice drift by the Aston. I mean, I saw numerous times in the past wheel disconnecting and inputs going fully left in an instant. But rarely everything goes full input. I mean, the only USB issues that I ever had were with an USB hub and stuff. Well, actually, yeah, my button assignments on wheel rim changed while being in RF2, despite the wheel not being even plugged into the hub, but that USB hub was acting up. It had the mouse and keyboard in. Kind of disconnected and reconnecting and so on, and that disrupted every USB device. Well, it's not an uncommon phrase, right? That something is an RF2 problem. So many different bugs have happened in the past decade in RF2 that we are used to seeing everything, but still getting surprised. Actually, that curb feels good in the McLaren. I think the stiffer the car is, the more you have to avoid it. I think in LMP2s we were just touching it very little. And with Indy cars, when we drove that Indy Pro FSR series, we didn't even touch it. But maybe I have to actually use it with the McLaren. Kept losing 1 or 2 tenths to Jesper in practice there. Got so frustrated by that corner. Ah, the Jesper guy is quick, yes. Just making sure I'm not clickbaiting anyone. Losing a bit of front grip now and then. How are we with cuts actually? Jesper got half a cut point. But this is just an example of like a proper racetrack. Like there is zero need of any cut system here. Because if you cut, you're just losing time. Here we are kind of going off track with all 4 tires, but as soon as you go off track with all 4 tires you actually lose a bit of grip because how the curb is. It's a perfect example of a really well designed track, even when Jesper doesn't like it. Evening, Jake. Jesper, you will get the best of the sunset. You will enjoy it. The sun will stare you right into the soul. Should have stayed on airstrip. I mean, that's a good comment. I guess you would say the same about Silverstone. Jake, we were actually clean. You wouldn't believe it. I mean, I tried my best to almost crash, but I caught the car in turn 1. Just lost the position. But you know, Sebring race start around the outside into turn 1. It never goes well. It's still double file. Jimmy has not lost his faith. People keep forcing it around the left side. I guess that's Malgera on fresh tires behind. I mean, to be honest, it wasn't really a general problem at Road America. It was just P2 and P3 of Hypercar. Actually, it was just P2 in the Hypercar class chopping across when he thought he was clear, but he wasn't. So he chopped across P3, and because of that, the whole grid crashed. So it wasn't. It isn't a general driving standards issue. So our Porsche friends are in the pit lane, getting some nice fresh parts, and they will have whole, what, 19-18 laps to undercut. So Jesper will not only have his visor full of a sunset, there will also be a shiny Porsche ahead, most likely. But the shiny Porsche will have to box one more time. Your Porsche, Timo. Your Porsche is surely very sideways. But no, like, second stint hearts in RF2 are behaving better than the esports rears in LMU now. Well, in some aspects. VMS Season 2, I will for sure look into it. First, we need to finish Season 1, of course. Still 2 rounds remaining. But for sure I would be looking into doing top level leagues in Le Mans Ultimate. Maggio! Hello! I mean, to be honest, FSR will still have like 2 to 3k prize pool, right? Like it's not nothing. Just such a weird time for Formula Sim racing or like any Formula F1 style league. In the past it was just straightforward, like from F1 Challenge to rFactor, from rFactor to rFactor 2, from rFactor 2 to uh-oh, Le Mans Ultimate, where is my Formula cars? So then suddenly there is lack of people. Like, there is no influx of people trying out the new shiny sim, trying its Formula cars and wanting to do a good league. So let's see what FSR does. I mean, for sure F1 league racing is still fantastic fun. So I imagine in RF2 it can still go on. Maybe in smaller way than before, for some time. Is it gonna be the first year where GPV is actually more competitive than FSR? It would be a weird one. I guess ideally in these conditions forces would have to get joined to stop diluting the player base and so on. But yeah, let's see the sign-ups for FSR and GPV and so on. Well, you letting me through or what? I mean, it's a bit hard to lap a BMW with a front wing into a high-speed turn 1. Fabio, it will end at night, yes. So I think sunset is at like 7:30, so in 1 hour, and then its last stint in the night. Oh yeah, blue flag rule. I mean, there should be a live steward and so on. I don't think either myself or Jesper would be bothered about the situation enough to report, which is not ideal, but well, that's how it is. I mean, he didn't really block me in turn 1. I mean, he kind of did, but the inside was opened, so... The issue is that it's a very slow fire, this. Because the fire that can be started now with a report will be only visible in 3 weeks. And then nobody's watching anymore. But I guess, I mean, yeah, I would need to produce some fire, because these endurance races are just on their own, well, different or less action-packed than other kinds of racing and streaming. The cheese people is back, yes. Well, this time it's cheese tires on the front. and on the rear most of the times. I think the McLaren around Le Mans, that one will be tricky, maybe. The Porsche curves will be the stuff of nightmare. Long sweeping corners. I'll be dying on absolutely every entry and understeering of every exit. Actually, did we have rain? We never had rain this season in VC, and it's live weather. Did we have rain once? No, we didn't. We almost had it somewhere, but then the forecast changed. There could be surely some rain at Le Mans, right, at some stage, to help me with my McLaren problems. (911) Le Mans setup on wing 11. I can imagine, yes. Actually, if I remember correctly, the Porsche at Le Mans in the wet is uncatchable, so now I don't want rain anymore. Yeah, we almost made the rear wing 1 setup work at Spa, but in the end we couldn't do it. Rouge was way too tricky. But in Le Mans we will kind of have to do it somehow. But first, Nürburgring, and I imagine Nürburgring will be maximum wing for a couple of cars, potentially. Alex, indeed. But soon the inn will be back to the convenience, unless you will switch to Twitch to watch Papa Jesper. It will be GP. The last time Nordschleife was used in a serious competition, it ended in tears. LMVS. I left some space because I heard the car, but the car was still far behind on the pit exit. Yeah, potentially Nordschleife produces a stability challenge. Yeah, Ryan, that's what I like to say to myself, but I mean, I don't know. The longer I stream only on YouTube, the less it makes sense to switch to Twitch. And Jesper will drive to the end, yes. We split it half-half because it felt like the strategy is very, very straightforward with 4 double stints, and that still seems the case, so... Yeah, I will stay on YouTube for sure. The question was if I should restream to Twitch, but for the time being, probably not, too many reasons to do it. Yeah, Ryan, Michi is using the Restream app or website, but supposedly then the algorithms don't like you. Then at the same time many big streamers restream, so I don't know. One more rear snap. Ten laps to go, by the way.
Enjoy the 10 laps.
I will. Braking distance increases considerably. I don't know. I mean, braking distance will of course increase when tire wear kicks in, but I think in RF2 it's never been a huge problem. Like even in the wet, the braking distances were always very small or like consistent. I mean, for sure, the problem with ABS cars is that when tire wear kicks in after a couple of laps and pressures rise, is that well, ABS will start unlocking the front inside and you will start going straight, and that could make you feel like you have to brake much earlier, but the solution could be just to brake less or fade more, so you activate ABS less. Well, Hook, I actually have the same question. I don't know, like sometimes I watch my my video back, or like if I have to make chapters or find clips and so on. And then sometimes I watch Michi and it feels like his tires are more disconnected from the road than my tires. I don't really have a solid explanation for that. The driving style for sure does something. I mean, Michi does have the old version of SimuCube. Before it was cool to have it. But the FFB shouldn't be too different. But I think I do tend to make a lot of micro corrections, and maybe Michi just, I don't know, turns the wheel more, and then the understeer of that turning takes away the need to micro correct. One additional rear slide with the adrenaline high. But that corner is so weird with this car. entry can be stable, apex can be stable, but just before you go on throttle, suddenly the rear will decide, actually, I'm gonna snap. FFB feels richer. Yeah, I know what you mean, I know. Maybe potentially in some stages of a corner I tend to do some micro zigzagging on my own to kind of figure out what the tires are doing, to get some response from them. While Michi doesn't do that, I mean, I don't know what's faster or what's slower. Suelio, so Suelio did mention, I remember watching some clip about that, although I don't really watch much of him. But I remember watching that and thinking, well, I'm kind of doing maybe something similar. It's hard to put it into words because I'm not really thinking of it, so... wheel rotation is... I unticked vehicle set and I increase it a little bit. So steering response is slightly less sharp than by default. Made me hit the curb. I expected him to take the optimal apex, but he took a lot of the grass on the inside. And that's another thing that I figured out in iRacing, how different it is. When I drive behind the car, I kind of rely a lot on his position for my own apex. So if he does a mistake, I tend to repeat the mistake to some extent. But in iRacing, the net code is so much worse. There is so much unnatural movement due to lagging and so on, that you cannot really look at the car ahead. And yeah, the butt hurts, that made me quite confused at some times. Well, I will say Jerry instead. I don't know how to pronounce Hook. Sorry. So Jerry, I hope it's realistic and it looking good. Like I really tried to optimize for myself in the past years. The way that the geometry of the whole sim rig is. If I move the monitor any further, it's gonna be too far. If I move it any closer, it's gonna be actually too close. Tutorials would make you put the monitor like between the wheelbase and the the steering wheel, but for me it's too close. This is like more geometrically correct and better for immersion than having 2D panel too close. And then yeah, the camera position, I think that's as good as it can get without actually putting a GoPro right between my eyes, which would be even better, but it's not a viable option for racing like this. 5 to go, Jesper, you can start joining.
Alright. What if I don't want to?
You can do one stint and then I can take over. You have to just do the 30%, you know.
Stay ready.
So about third gear in turn 1, it's a good question. One problem is that the shift protection in these GT3s is absolutely horrendous. So to upshift you have to have at least 50% input, I think, and to downshift you have to have 0 throttle, or maybe it's less than 5% or something like that. And the thing is that I'm constantly micro-correcting the balance through turn 1 with throttle. So it could happen that if I wanted to downshift, it would give me a downshift protection. And at the same time, I'm not really rear limited there, like, I mean, front limited. I can have much more rotation. I can induce infinite rotation there, you know. I can lose the rear as much as I want. So it's more like on entry and apex I'm just trying not to lose the rear, but when exit comes, then it doesn't matter anymore if I'm third or fourth. And just generally I prefer using higher gears. It's more smooth. I'm actually rear limited for most of the corner. But I know several people who would gladly downshift to third if they could. Oh, Jake, yeah, well. But Hurst is the funniest because you're constantly watching cars ahead of you crash into every barrier because of netcode. And wings are flying and sparks are in the air. But it's all just netcode. Insane. All these facilities, and they produce a shit netcode like that, you know. I mean, they're working on it, probably. Trying to improve, I don't know. Nice flick. Helmet in sim racing. What is he trying to do? I mean, for ultimate immersion, if I was living in Northern Europe, so I would have to wear extra layers. Maybe I would wear a racing suit and a helmet, but I would have VR mounted to the helmet, maybe. I don't know. Would be more comfortable to wear the VR. Or even less comfortable because less ventilation.
User disconnected from your channel.
Was that Michi?
Yes.
Lucky. Beers and cows on Jesper, copy. Will be 2 more laps after this.
Alright. I'm on the server just loading things.
Okay. Fire suits look fashionable. I'm the worst when it comes to fashion. What is my monitor? My monitor is Samsung C49HG, 49-inch ultra-wide, 144 Hz, 1080p vertical resolution. I think it's as cheap as it can kind of get if you want 144 Hz ultra-wide. Not even sure if it's still being sold. Bought it in 2020 or 21 maybe. It's already not the freshest then. Comes the sun. It's so funny, like now on the worn tires it's just much more easy to balance it on the limit. You have a bit of a rear sliding, but never a huge moment. Even turn 1 exit becomes less understeery. Fuel, max tires, new driver, Mr. Jesper.
Nice.
Okay.
But, yeah, are you boxing this lap?
Make it code 80.
That would be nice. How do you spin like that in a car with traction control?
Too little traction control or PC not working properly, I don't know. Sometimes in LMU it feels like that even high TC levels just don't activate out of slow corners. Anyway, box this lap.
Box. What he did, we will directly translate it and call mistake 40 in Danish. And that means 40 centimeters behind the steering wheel. That's the issue.
Copy. Oof.
Good job.
Thank you. Could do another stint of these tires probably.
Weirdo. Used them.
I was 27. I wanted to use them, but then they slide too much. Anyway, the track temp is now like 28 Celsius. It's getting colder, so less wear.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I think you might be battling with the Porsche now.
Yeah, but they're boxing again, right?
They have one more tire change and one more pit stop. Yeah.
Yeah. I need to gain a lot.
But yeah, you will have some nice sunshine.
Oh no.
Make sure the headlights are on. I remember somebody got disqualified some years ago when some bug with headlights happened and server requested them to be on even though it was still not dark.
Alright, just remind me. I'll
Yeah.
check. They are on now.
Okay. Here comes the Porsche. We are free for the time being, unless Jesper is so fed up with Sebring after this thing that he pulls me in again. Okay. Yeah, only 1080p, but you know, I'm struggling with frame rate already with 1080p. It was funny because when I bought this monitor for some races I had to put the resolution to like semi-ultra wide, so I was like till here I had picture and then left and right it was black. Because, well, I had 1070 Ti and the old 8600K CPU and it was just unable to produce the frame rate. So, even for Le Mans Virtual I remember. Yeah, in the day it was fine, but in the night it was impossible. Like I was driving with input lag and everything. It was really not a pleasant experience. And then I get new CPU, new everything. And I start streaming and I open OBS and suddenly frame rate is bad again. Cannot believe it. Anyway, new CPU soon. No, it's alright actually with 1080p. Like from here I cannot see pixels. Actually, like from here I can see them. Here, yeah, it's just about perfect distance where I don't see the pixels anymore. Jesper's having some fun with the rear tires, I see. Ah, millimoles per liter. So basically the blood glucose monitoring, because I have type 1 diabetes. So I asked Jan Polak about it because, well, he's a programmer. I know him for some time, and yeah, he said should be easy to implement. So basically from, like, I have the sensor on the arm like this one, and it transfers data to phone and through the app into the cloud, and from the cloud into SimHub with the plugin, and from SimHub I display it here. And it's pretty convenient, so I don't have to look like far away on the phone and have like phone constantly turned on, but I just look the situation here, so it's really convenient to have this. The technology is advancing, right? 10 years ago I had to do races and I didn't even have the sensor. I had to like use these finger pricks to measure the blood sugar, and if you race that's kind of not possible, right? So I tended to have way too high blood sugars, but now it's much more easier. Yeah, Jesper is the type of guy who downshifts extra time to have extra...
So the game requires headlights now, so please turn them on and keep them on until the end of the race. Once you've ended the race, keep them on, because I'm not gonna un-DQ you from the results.
Oof. Scary. But well, we are prepared. Stop it! Yeah. He had to flash. It's just tricky because there is something with Sebring that requires you, even like I think it was like midday in some race, and suddenly it requested headlights because of how cloudy it became. I think they fixed that, but it's still it's still a weird one. And in these conditions you can easily flash somebody out of the way and then just completely forget that it's off. And you get DQ'd within 5 seconds or 10 seconds or something. Well then, I suppose my job now is to double check the race distance and to make sure that in 50 minutes Jesper has the correct fuel in the setup, or like in the pit stop menu. Crazy. I mean, I'm trying to kind of calculate it could actually be time limited. I mean, I just assume that well, yeah. the time currently, if I divide the time already spent by the leader laps and then get like a rough, I mean let's try to do it again and when he crosses the line. Plus 60, let's put that into seconds, plus 20, 6680. This is the amount of seconds already done, and that made us go 208 laps. So average lap time is 106.346 seconds. So for all 8 hours, it means that we have to do 8 divided by that, which what I did now, but then times 60, and then again times 60 because I put it into seconds, and then we get 270 laps. 278. Which means that we will be maybe two laps shorter or 1 lap shorter than the actual full race. It's going to be lap limited, yeah, but barely, right? Yeah, about the rating, yeah, the race control system, yeah, just transferred the R, which is kind of convenient. 7 or 8 minutes even, really. Well, let's see, I mean, for us it probably doesn't change anything. It's gonna be a full tank. And then either we go full push or we fuel save a bit. Welcome back, Ayus. I mean, it all depends on how many pit stops the leaders do, but just it's going longer than anticipated for sure. But why is it so? I thought because these cars are faster than last year. Last year they used McLaren Senna. No Senna. They used the Vanwall hypercar, and that car was doing like 44s, 45s. Well, arguably there are some 45s and 46s here as well. Maybe 5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, if it's 5 minutes short, that's like 2 or 3 laps. And then for GT3s, it's easily 1 lap longer than that. Depends on where the car is positioned. And that's soon almost on the hour, right? So could be instead of 29 then 27. But 27 is almost full tank still, so I did not really expect that, but good that we started fuel saving from the get-go, because I thought for first stint we can do 28, because 29 is difficult as we burn fuel on the outlap or on the formation. But just in case, because of all the unknowns, I just keep fuel saving. And actually that's extremely important now. Christian, a lot of flu around, for sure. Well, if you suffered for a week, I suppose it's now significantly better. But I hope you recover fully as soon as possible. And my last flu in January, that Maastricht Formula flu, was insane. Just lost so much energy, even when sickness was gone. Could barely move up and down the stairs. But yeah, literally everybody, like every family has at least one sick guy somewhere, so it's really insane. .38 yesterday evening. Oof. Well then, you've been what's the word? Well, resilient or what's the word? Well, brave, kind of, to attempt the race. It's really hard. I mean, long run is kind of doable because you have to underdrive the car. But as soon as I have to push, then the muscles say nope. Jake, they are faster, but for some reason they are not going faster. I'm confused. I looked at last year's results. I saw that GT3s did 331 laps, and I was like, well, we are now a second quicker, so races are gonna be shorter. So we will do maybe 320, actually 227. Yeah, 231, and we will do 227, 228. But no, we are gonna do the whole 231 like last year, I think. Or maybe 330. I mean, I guess they are averaging 44.0-ish, the hypercars. But maybe they just spent a lot more time in the pits, although they are multiple stinting the tires, so... I don't know. Drivers were quicker. Well... It's not easy to be quicker than Jake, right? 1 second per lap? Well, it would be understandable to be 1 second slower than Jake himself, so maybe that's the explanation. Anyway, happy to be in the GT3 class. Oh, the sun is actually beautiful. Despite lowest settings. I do have post-processing on low. Not on off, but it's on low. Which is probably not the greatest decision, given that I cannot even reach 130 FPS. It's now like 131. 133. It's limited by G-Sync and by ultra low latency mode to 138, but I never hit 138 even in quali. At least the sun looks a bit better than on no post effects. the Vanval did have quite a big fuel tank, right? RF Tucson is still 10 times better than LMU. Really? I don't know. I know that the minimum details in LMU are quite higher than the minimum in RF2, so like you cannot make it actually as slow as you could here. So it should by default, even on minimum, look better. So the Porsche boxes, and they will switch tires now. And they will have to do, I guess, 27 till the end, or 27-26. Anyone remembers the times where when RF2 Sun did not like it's actually like a circle, but does anybody remember the sun or the circle of the sun in RF2 not orientating according to the viewer? I do remember, because in some parts of the track the sun became like a cat eye, like just a vertical, almost like just like oh, my vocabulary, come on, like a line, yeah, line. First had to remember the Latin word, and then I remember the English word. Happens. Yeah, from some parts of the track it was a circle, from other parts it was a line. And then, if the track's elevation changes, you actually could see the sun slightly beyond the horizon. And at that point, all the flashiness disappeared, and you just saw like a circle, like a white circle on grey background, or like a line on other parts of the track on grey background. Looked quite horrendous. I'm the only one on YouTube that pronounces your name right. Well, I mean, let's praise the Slavic languages, right? Just read what you see, and that's it. I will eventually have to make a bit of a break, because otherwise my back will break. At some point I really need to slightly improve the seat positioning. It's slightly too much rearward, so there is a lot of pressure on lower back. I think I talked about that in some stream months ago already, but I still have not done it. But I'm gonna wait for the beautiful sun to set, because it's so nice. Okay, so I was premature when praising the Slavic languages. It's just the selection. I mean, it's kind of like name and surname, right? So you tend to look at the first word, but maybe the second word is... If the first word is just like a name and the second word actually has some different meaning apart from a name or surname, then it's easier to pick the known word, maybe, I don't know. Either way. Wait. Akio did not change the tires now. Wait. They have to change the tires once more. So I think Well, they're probably gonna do the single medium in the end. Yeah, they have to box again and they will switch to mediums. That was their short pit stop now. I kind of lost the count a little bit. But from this stage we have the same number of pit stops to go. Just that they have to switch tires, so... Yeah, I mean... It's simple. I don't think we really had the best pace today, but... The tire management or just the strengths of the McLaren worked in our favor, so... Once again we seem to be in a massive strategic advantage. Which is nice. Because Jesper already announced in Discord that we're gonna be P8 and that the car is 8/10 of pace. Look at that beautiful sun. It's nice that there is not crazy reflections in the ground. You know what? My back really needs a stretch, so Jesper has roughly 20 minutes of just driving without thinking of pit stop, so I will let him drive. We'll wait for the straight. I will be back in 15 minutes. If there is code 80, just refuel fully.
Alright. Are we looking with the Porsche before we go?
One more pit stop for both of us, but they have to change tires once more, I believe.
Interesting. It'll be close.
Close to one lap of gap, or...
No, but if we both have one stop. Anyway, enjoy whatever you want.
Back stretch, thank you. Uh-oh. Well, now I'm enjoying a heart attack, so thank you.
I mean, there was some guy clowning around.
Yeah. Well, see you soon. Jesper. Anyway, yeah, Ayus, I'm scared of becoming a pensioner in 6 years. I'll be old very soon. I'm already very old. Anyway, yeah, I'll be right back. back. And the night looks even better than the day around here. I just wish the image was a bit smoother. But that's what I get for 120 FPS in RF2. Okay, what do we do now? A final check for the strategy. Really did not expect to have that much of a gap to so many people. We actually had a really good pace this round, I don't know. I kind of expected it, but not in this way. Especially after getting scared of looking at the hot lap tracker, where the Porsche guys who are in P2 now did like one very scary stint. Like lap 1 59.6 and so on, and then finishing the stint with low fuel on low zeros, and we were like, well, that's fast, but it's hard to see the full stint in the tracker. It could be just separate laps from separate outings. Hi Ayrton, welcome to the stream. Let me update Jesper with absolutely no news, but right, so we have this and 3 more to go, right?
No, I have. Yeah, I have.
So for the last pit stop, you will just take full tank and well, no tire change. Oh, I use it's hard not to know about the cave diver, but I myself personally, I am quite claustrophobic. I've not really been when I was young, but at some point I just became very claustrophobic. So I kind of don't want to look at those memes. It's kind of I don't know. I don't even want to think of it. It's kind of like scary movies, right? I don't like to watch them. Maybe it's similar reason. But I saw some quite funny memes, even though I wasn't trying to see them. Looks like quite a popular theme lately. But well, I guess people keep sticking their bodies into where they shouldn't be. And yeah, I don't really understand the idea. I understand if you only have one possibility of earning money for the whole family, and that is to go dig coal then despite all the phobias that you might have, the phobia of dying or dying from starvation, you and your family is greater than the claustrophobia, so you go dig the coal and do the heroic part and earn the money for yourself and the family, but how bored you have to be with your life that you go extreme cave diving, like how I don't know. Or what's even worse, underwater cave diving. No, I don't want to think. Okay, Jesper, a bit of a rare moment to quickly snap me out of the wrong thoughts. That was quite sideways. Maybe it looked more aggressive because I'm a spectator and it maybe shows me 1 or 2 frame less. You have an opinion, well, I kind of don't even want to have an opinion. The only real like heroism that you can do by cave diving, I guess, is archaeology. If you know about some caves which supposedly maybe 10,000 years or 20,000 years ago were above water level, where you have a suspicion that people lived and that are not yet researched, I guess that would be excusable cave diving for the greater of humanity to go try to find stuff in the cave that would teach us things about the history. Ayus, that's not the way that the algorithm should work, right? I mean, I don't know what's what community guidelines there are for content on Instagram, but that sounds quite extreme of a content. Live stream birth on Instagram? Okay. Well, that's I don't know. If it's a medical procedure or something that, or a medical channel that explains about things, how they are. I mean, okay, I guess I see certain ways where streaming a birth could be actually beneficial for the society, or I don't know. So full tank, no tires, you are selected in the car, right?
Yeah, correct.
So box, box, box.
I'm boxing.
Well, my Instagram feed is still kind of alright. Basically cars and babies. Because the algorithm knows that we have... Well, it's not a baby anymore, it's a toddler, but still. Right, so the situation is that we will probably go close to the full 8 hours. But for now, seems safe to stay on the 29 lap strat. So just keep doing what you're doing, and I might at some point tell you fuel delta 2.7 per lap, and then you lift and coast, but till then I think 29 should be safe.
It doesn't sound pleasant though.
Back to racist car and plane fit. Beautiful. So like the Instagram questions and topics about what's your favorite race, right?
Do Porsche have another stop?
They must stop again. But no, I agree that Instagram is turning kind of to shit, like same as Facebook. Because like I literally unfollowed everyone on Facebook, and then everybody stopped using Facebook anyway. So I only had like well, pages that were of my interest appearing in the feed, but then half of it was just AdWords, and then I just stopped using Facebook because it was utterly useless. Then I had to make a page for myself because social media, but it's not really, well, nobody is on Facebook anyway, so I don't know. It's a waste of time trying to do stuff on there. I think Instagram pushes the stories and videos or reels onto Facebook anyway. Actually, maybe some reels on Facebook there are performing well without my knowing. Worth checking one day, but probably not. Now Instagram, yeah, like every third post is like some sponsored stuff or just like straightforward AdWord. It's just annoying. To be honest, I mean, it's my job to do stuff, social media stuff on Instagram, and then my Instagram feed is the direct messages with my wife, because many posts and reels are coming in the message daily, so that's all I need from Instagram. No need to scroll myself. The worst thing about Instagram is the music that the people put over the videos. It's like, I don't want to waste words on it. It's like I just have to turn off the sound, even if they're saying something. Like it's unwatchable. But people watch it still, so I mean, I guess I'm basically a pensioner already with old man's opinions and taste. Yeah, iOS, yeah, exactly. I understand that some music has to be written kind of to just be in the background, like aggressive background music. And there is like watchable aggressive background music, but then most of it is just not watchable. Or maybe so many people have so destroyed brains that they actually listen to it. AC/DC potentially. Oh, X, right. I never gone to make an account there at all, so... And Rafa is happy with just doing YouTube and Instagram for now, so... So now the Porsche behind will box and they will put fresh mediums and they will lose 2 minutes. Or what? 1 minute and a half. I think. The leader of the race boxes. Okay, so that's kind of important for the calculations. Let's warm up our good old Sharp. Akiol still out. I don't know. They cannot do a triple on a hard. On X you get the violent video. Nice. I mean, the algorithm serves you kind of what it thinks you want to watch, right? So I don't know what exactly you were clicking to get these results, but... Track 1023. That's bold. Or 25. But that's broken, like it never is like that. If you have a sunny day and you have 25 air temp in the evening, it's a nice, still warm summer evening. But the road is gonna be hot, like it's gonna be 40 Celsius or at least 30 Celsius in the evening. That's not ideal, Iris. The way they can chuck the car into the last corner is insane. Anyway, 51 minutes, 28 seconds. Divided by 104 for a lap time is gonna be 30 more laps. let's go to actual end. Is it now better with volume? I think the hypercars are really, really loud. Ooh, nice snap. I guess this is better to listen to. No, I need to recalculate this. Why is my brain not working? So we have 49 minutes into seconds plus. No, what am I doing? Oh, my brain is totally fried. So it is 16. Okay, let me reset my brain. It is 26 laps to go. 26 laps times 104 divided by 60 is 45 more minutes. That means that we will in fact finish, let's say, 4 minutes before end, which in turn means that our target is either spot on or 1 lap too long, or maybe 2 laps longer, but I think this is looking really spot on from us. You and your math class, yeah. I know how it is. I mean, I loved my math classes until I got to uni, and then suddenly the math stopped mathing and nothing made any sense anymore. Well, back to Jesper. Keep doing 29. I mean, even if we are 1 lap short, we have the time for splash. But you know, better to practice optimizing things on the go.
And how confident are you?
Probably gonna be a lap less.
Okay.
No, I don't have a calculator holder yet. I thought of it, but I don't really have anywhere to put it. It's a problem. No, really, like I would need to put it like above me, like I don't know. There is no place next to the wheel. Like if I have it on my left, below the monitor, there I have my bottle of water. On my right there is 2 cables for mouse and keyboard, and the shifter and well, the LEDs here. Here it's too far. I don't know, like it actually need it like above, but then it's inconvenient. I don't know. I survived without it for 18 years. Since when wait, I got my first wheel in 2007. That's insane. I was just like, I thought I'm doing sim racing for like 10-12 years, but it's already... Oh no, I'm really old. I'm really old. Sim racing for 17-18 years, that's absolutely insane. If we include the 2 years that I drove with keyboard and with joystick, only offline, then I'm pushing 20 years. Actually, it is 20 years since I got the F1 challenge. That's a long ago. But it is 18 years since my
Does
first.
P2 have to stop again?
Yes.
Okay.
18 years since my first online race. That's absolutely insane. We are back to cave divers. Copy. I need to recalculate the laps. I don't trust the math. That was close to the tires. I smashed that wall like crazy in practice long run. Out of nowhere the car suddenly appeared in the wall. Of course, Ayus. That's the perfect cave diver, right? Well, if IndyCar games from 90s count on keyboard, if that counts as sim racing, then I started sim racing 29 years ago. Maybe 28. Because I was watching my old brother turn on IndyCar Racing 2 on MS-DOS and race. And when he was done, I took over the car, turned the opposite way around and smashed everybody off. Eventually I did some laps in the correct direction as well. Student doctor with wife and 2 kids. Makes sense, right? You have to go into a tight cave. Cannot not go, right? Yeah, Stanton, like in the night, it's exceptionally good, and I really hope the camera is doing the justice. I mean, this is still like, okay, it's not lowest details. I think the post-processing is on low, and the what is it called? Texture filter is on max, and texture detail is on high, and I think max is max. But yeah, like Le Mans and Sebring, like it looks really good. I think track details are on medium, so there is not all the objects, but there are some objects. But it just clicks together really well. Mentioning Mac's name in an RF2 stream. Oh no. Oh well, I was first one to mention it before. No, that IndyCar Racing 2 from Papyrus. Am I right? Or like about hearing that it's actually like old predecessor to iRacing. I mean, not sure if it's the same company or like development of the same code, but it's kind of like, I don't know what F1 2000 from EA Sports is to Le Mans Ultimate. I've read about that IndyCar Racing 2 being kind of similar to iRacing. Might be wrong, but it was for sure a fun game, and it made me appreciate the American tracks. And I still really enjoy, like, I want to race the American tracks. There is not enough of them in this scene. Like in iRacing there are all, right? But iRacing is iRacing. I want them in a scene with modern physics and modern force feedback. Like Surfer's Paradise and well, we have Long Beach in RF2. It's really good. Hi Tsari, welcome back. We are now in fact P1 in GT3, but this time it's like for real because everybody else has done wrong strategy, or maybe the McLaren just has longer mileage on fuel tank, even though we are doing quite a bit of fuel saving. But yeah, others were doing like double stints on 27 laps. We just kept going 29, even though full push is 27.4-ish. With traffic, 28 is easy. 29 is a bit of a stretch already, but we kept doing 29 because we saw that 4 double stints, 29 laps each, will make us go almost to the end, so that is the perfect strategy, right? Minimum tire changes, minimum pit stops. We didn't have the best pace, but the pace was still good, the tire wear was good, pace in the second stint was good enough. And now we are a minute and a half in the lead, I don't know. It feels wrong. I don't think we were actually... Jesper! It's the worst when you go off track there. Suddenly there is a huge bump. If you're not expecting it, it's easy spin. I've done it many times until I learned. Well, we have Laguna Seca, we kind of have Road America here, right? We have Long Beach, we have Sebring, we have... Well, Indianapolis was not in IndyCar Racing 2. Oh, we have Daytona in RF2, which was not in IndyCar Racing 2 either. I remember quite some ovals. My favorite one was the Phoenix short oval, but no, like that Surfer's Paradise or whatever is the other name for that track. That one deserves at least a mod. Maybe there is a mod for that actually in RF2. And then, which ones were there? I just remember the ovals. Well, Mid-Ohio is there in RF2. Actually, we have a lot of American tracks. We are just not racing them much. Well, if that's your career, Ayus, Godspeed. Enjoy. I was actually more into the planes than in the cars for a year or two when I was a kid. But then Formula 1 prevailed. Willow Springs. Wait, I have... Wait, did we race there in that Trans Am challenge or series? I think we were supposed to race at Willow Springs, but then the track had some bugs. How many laps or... yeah, actually Fabio, great question. I would love to know myself as well. Rough estimation is that the race will end 5 minutes to go. But that could mean 2 or 3 minutes to go for us. Or if the hypercars make it extra lap, it means that we could actually go to 0 for GT3s depending on the track position. You know what? I spent many hours as a kid on the game named F22 Raptor. That was a nice game. On DOS as well. I was either launching with the command prompt IndyCar iRacing, IndyCar Racing 2 or F22, and then I was either flying or racing. Both was really fun, but I don't know, becoming a racing driver sounds better than becoming a fighter pilot. And if I was to become a fighter pilot in Slovenia, well, we have propeller planes here. And when many years ago the premier, or like the leading party, decided to buy a couple of, not even tanks, it was just like, what was it, infantry fighting vehicles or something for the army. For 10 years they were trying to prison him for something wrong, like the leader. So in Slovenia we will never have, I mean, okay, for 2 million people you tend not to buy a fighter like F-16 or F-22 or whatever. P51 Mustang. That would be quite an experience. What is my fave sim? I mean, it's either RF2 or LMU, right? Well, LMU has to be the best one now, right? I mean, my favorite sim is whatever is the most realistic at any point in time. But it's kind of the same base, right? Yeah, Slovenia, well, I mean, I'm trying, but I cannot make 5 million on my own, right? Yeah, we've been at 2 million for some time. Well, we are a part of NATO anyway, so no need for F-16 if you can just fly a nuke. Ah, you actually flew F-18s, wow. Yeah, if I imagine sitting in a fighter, or like in any kind of jet, my claustrophobia starts kicking in already. I don't know. I've been into an airplane once. Twice. I went to London and then went back from London to home. And that was stressful enough in itself. I don't know. One day I will have a good PC and VR, and I will do some flight simulator and maybe get used to it a bit more. Convince my brain that it's not as deadly as it thinks it is. Tsari, that is a very tricky one. It's just like plus 150 euros added onto normal prices for whatever reason. I got my old CPU. Actually, it was that one in the other PC. No, was it the old one? What did I have before? It must have been that one, the 8600K. That I bought it in some Slovenian store for a normal price, because the store made a mistake and put the price like 150 lower than all other stores. So I bought it for normal price, and I checked again next day, it was already from 300 back to 450, so they realized their mistake. But we're getting ripped off. Well, that's quite a CPU, right? Oh, I like the CPE, right? Centralno procesna enota. Let's go. I mean, that can run RF2 on a single monitor at 60 FPS, kind of, potentially, if you have nothing else running in the background. Catapult shot and landing on the aircraft carrier. I can only imagine. Like, even watching the videos of that is absolutely insane. So, actually being able to experience something like that, probably not everyone can even handle the feeling. And then, when you have to do the correct inputs and the correct button presses and correct decisions at the same time, it must be quite an experience. And about meeting, oh nice drift there, about meeting between the presidents, I have not been following, to be honest. I did follow the development of war, but like from a tactical perspective a bit, because I was kind of intrigued by how like tactical villages and heights and lows and so on the ground make effect on things, but I'm not really that much into politics. CPU in 2012. When RF2 was released, I had to buy a new CPU just to run RF2. And that was in fact 2013. After that I had to upgrade my CPU 3 times already for the same game. And it's still not good enough. Let me go calculating again. I'm annoyed that there is no decimal space. So this is 255 point something, I imagine. It's the lap that is being completed, right? No, it's actually... no. This is 254 point something. Because 268 out of 268 will be at the start of the last lap. So I have to add one more lap to the calculation. So it's gonna be 13 after this. On RF2, actually similar to LMU. Maybe RF2 has like 100 to 120 and LMU has like 80 to 110. But the culprit is OBS, which burns a lot of CPU. Oh, that's an interesting line. Right, 2, 5 times 60 plus 9 divided by, what is he doing actually? Let's say 104. It's gonna be 15 more laps according to time, but it's gonna be 30. Yeah, okay. "13 laps. This is his time to... What is he doing? Okay. It's gonna be a lap less even, maybe. Let's store that to A. And then we go 13 times 104. And store to B. And then we do A minus B. And we see that we will end the race with 2 minutes and a half and a bit more remaining. In that case, we should be just about fine. In worst case, we go extra 120. Is there a possible situation where this goes extra lap for us? So we have to stretch to 30? I don't know how to calculate this. It just depends on so many things. I know there is a tiny pedal overlay widget which kind of predicts the position of the cars in the last lap, but I would need to think hard of it. Yeah, okay, fighter jets, yeah, I mean, you can eject out of the fighter jet, but it's probably not the ideal thing to happen, right? I guess kind of same margin as it was back in the days of like F1 in 1960s and so on. Let out towards some ditch or some tree around Spa-Francorchamps at 300 kph. Probably you were leaving a little bit of margin here and there. Yeah, so that's for my CPU. RF2 27, OBS 15. Okay, well, yeah, 15 to 20 normally for OBS. And I'm not even running 1440 resolution, which I was for some months. Because supposedly now I get a couple of extra frame rate. Few guys that ejected and broke some vertebrae. I can imagine it's insane. I mean, you get exploded out of the plane, right? Ayus. It's gonna be difficult to stop thinking about the cave divers, right? The maths teacher. Why is your maths teacher speaking of this? It has to teach you maths so you can calculate the strategy. $25G off. Why are you doing that? That was close. Like the closer race gets to the end, the closer some people drive to you. You know what could happen here? It could happen that the leader finishes and we are going for lap 30 and then we run out of fuel. But P2 is behind the leader and cannot overtake us, so we go into the only ones into the additional lap, but then we run out of fuel and then we still win with the DNF. That would be a funny one. I mean, that's actually... Did that ever happen in real life racing? That's a viable strategy, you know? In extreme lucky situation, you underfuel by a lap. You cannot target that, but let's say it happens, you underfuel by a lap, get position, and then the leader in the fastest class slots between you and P2 and finishes. And then you don't even have to finish the race. You just retire in turn 1. And you have won. Never thought of that, but yeah, the probability of something like that is unbelievably small. Fabio, high school, you mean me? Well, it was... what is it called? We had Latin, so like it's kind of classical program, but it's... I mean, there is no too much difference. It's kind of... what is it in English? Like it's... we have high schools, but then part of high schools are kind of more job-orientated, or like profession-orientated, and the other part of high schools are kind of like orientated towards making you go to university, more theoretical. I was in this second one, kind of. But yeah, for sure, yeah, vocational, okay. I guess the vocational ones are too little utilized. I think many people would enjoy them more because you get actual like physical work experience during the high school. You actually learn how to do things. But in the high school, like we have kind of, we say it gymnasia. I don't know if gymnasium in English means the same. But you kind of don't really learn to do anything at all. And many people go to these gymnasium high schools just because they think they have to go to uni, but in fact they would be just far better off going to a vocational or like more practical high school. Yeah, Tsar, it's it's a difficult one. Even with, I mean, European system is kind of unified, more or less, right? Yeah, that's Gymnasia. Yeah, that's a good explanation of Gymnasia. Joao, I think strategy, but at the same time, I don't know, we were the only ones that could make actual full double stint while doing 29 laps, and or maybe just nobody else thought of it. Maybe everybody was scared that it's gonna be too long of a race and they will not make it. But we keep doing 29 laps. All we did was just 4 double stints on hards. 29 laps each. But it's gonna go longer than we expected, so... Might be again 1 lap short, but should be fine. Should be fine. So we can do 230... Wait. 29 times 8. Yeah, 232 laps, we can do that. So after this lap we can do 7 more. And 7 times 2 is 14, and it should be fine. We'll be fine. Have to be fine. But about the pace, I mean, in quali with a perfect lap I would be able to get pole, but it's just impossible. This car, it's insane. It's so difficult to make it, to put it in the correct operating window for the rear sliding and everything. Copy Arda. Yeah, BMW is an interesting car when it goes to longevity of the stints. But yeah, I can see that your strat would be close with a single medium in the end, I suppose. Oh no, we were actually doing 1.5s for a whole race, right? Would have 1 extra tire change, 2 extra pit stops. I thought of that, but nothing beats a clean 4 times.
So how's strategy?
Should be fine.
I prefer if you said it is fine.
Let me double check again. So going to be 64, 65, 66, 67, 68. After this lap, it's gonna be 5 more laps for the leader. Yeah, Aston has Aston problems, right? Always wears the tires a lot. I mean, McLaren has crazy rear wear, but it doesn't wear the front at all. So if you bias the setup a lot towards the front, it will kind of make the front wear a bit more, still less than other cars. But with a very clean driving, you will make the rear... Yeah, you will offset a bit of rear wear to the front, but overall wear will be less. Even though the rear will always wear more than the front. Nice traffic management. So it turns out that the McLaren is a pretty nice car for the long runs. But again, at Spa, Arda did a double stint with BMW on hards. We couldn't do it. I don't know. Okay, Spa setup was maybe a bit off. We learned some stuff after Spa. So 11 times 6 plus. Seven. 6, 6, 7. And it's 5 times 104. It's gonna be... Yeah, the race will... He will finish the race when it will be 2 minutes And a half remaining. 2 minutes, yeah. That's when he finishes the race. Which means that we are safe. "28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Nothing beats counting on the fingers. Slower the track, worse tire wear gets. That's interesting car indeed. But I mean, engine is on the front, so
Which lap is
yeah.
the leader on?
He has 4 to go. Actually 5. But he will lap us once more. So we should have 5
Alright,
including this.
he will catch me, but that's scary.
Yeah, 64, 65, 66, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he has 5 laps including this one. And you can do 5 laps including this one as well. And he will overtake you, so it's gonna be fine.
No. Mate, I have 4 laps of fuel.
Including this one.
It's at 3.8 right now. The math is wrong.
We are looking. No, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. It's all good. It's all good. Leader so this is leader. This is us. 6, 7, 8.
I can save for a lap more, I should just need to know now.
Okay, recalculation. Leader will overtake you now, and he will have 3 more laps to go after this finish line. So you have 3 laps to go after the finish line.
Perfect.
Strategy. Here we go, the winning move. Beautiful. Oof. Yeah, 266, 267, 268. That's 3 laps. Yeah, that's it, right? Is it? It must be. There is no other way. Imagine leader crashed. Well, I mean, I was watching him for a little bit before, and he was quite funny with his driving lines, right? Imagine Jesper crashes. That's unimaginable. €5 for the leader to crash. Well, does he have a donation link in his stream, with his streaming? I mean, we have the gap, we can always box, put 4 more liters in the tank. But it just feels better if strategy actually fully works. How far is P2? I mean, they are on the same lap, but... Nah, it's all good. it's all fine. Yeah, the gap with Akiol in P2 in our class is indeed so big that probably, yeah, whatever would have happened, whatever drama, then the effective leader would be most likely between us, and then we again have the situation where we start the last lap with too little fuel, and then the leader finishes, and we are not overtakeable, but we cannot finish the race. But it's gonna be fine. I don't know why I'm scrolling through this screen, I will not learn anything from it. You have one more lap of fuel, right?
No. 05. It's not this one.
Jesper, you have one more lap of fuel. I know you have. Keep going. You will not trick me. Right, so this should be the final lap. You guys all hate BMW, but it's been the most selected car for the season. Who would understand? It's actually close for P1, you know? You have to DDoS two cars. Ah, somebody miscalculated. So that's it, right? Where is the plug? Yeah, he lifts. That's it for him. Where is Jesper? That's absolute strategic perfection. 900,000 IQ moment. Absolutely spot on calculation for the whole 8 hours.
Has he got the
Yeah,
checkers?
the leader has won. Actually, no, he has one more lap. No, joking. Last corner. Congratulations.
That's
You
4 in a row.
have taken the checkered flag with perfect amount of fuel. Keep driving, keep driving.
Okay.
I hope you have enough fuel for in-lap. You have to complete the in-lap, otherwise DQ.
I have.
Nice. Well, GG indeed.
When can I do burnouts?
Do you have the TC off button?
Of course. Not the off button, but I can turn it down.
Yeah, turn down to 0. Thank
Just
you,
have
chat.
to find it.
Find it and then you have the permission. Just don't turn off the headlights.
Where is the button? And now the server stops. I have to do TC burnouts. I don't know how, but TC burnouts are working.
Well, it doesn't work on the grass.
And here went the fuel.
Yeah, keep coasting.
I'm coasting.
That's a nice drivetrain engine off sound there.
I hear nothing.
I hear something. Oof, well,
And we're rolling. That's not too bad for in a row.
not too bad for a car that's 8/10 of pace, right?
No, I don't know what the other guys are doing, to be honest.
I mean, I don't know where you calculated that it's 8/10 of pace. I don't think it really was off pace in the end, but
Yeah, I mean,
Was-
if you look at our lap times, then like fastest race lap, we are off pace.
yeah,
But-
I guess. We were
but-
doing 29 for the whole race.
Yeah. Let's hope the other teams don't get a new Excel sheet.
Mm.
Push,
Well-
push, mate.
Nürburgring 6 hours next, start of April, and to my calculation it should be a nice track for our car.
I hope.
Turn 1 traction, turn 3 and 4 the rear will be nice. 5, 6 a bit of struggle, hairpin will be fine if we brake deep enough.
Schumacher is.
Yeah, big death, impossible.
Big-
Retire lap 1.
Yep. So what am I gonna do here? I need a downhill.
I
What?
think it's fine as long as you don't turn off headlights like the server will eventually turn
Many
off.
are pressing escape, but I don't dare.
Yeah, no, I
He
mean you
started Jimmy.
have still some fuel in the tank. You just turned off the engine.
Yeah.
Because you have to check something, and that server will eventually stop. We actually lapped P2 because how the finishing order was. Yeah, even if you run out of fuel,
Lol.
you would have won with the DNF.
Lol.
Well, I
So you don't need to take the flag.
I don't know, like it would display DNF, but nobody would be able to overtake you.
I'm confused.
Yeah, me as well, but well, you took the flag, so all good. I just enjoy the cave diver
Guess
memes.
I'll just be chilling here.
That's fine.
Where's the tow truck?
I think Jimmy's waiting for you to finish, so he doesn't disqualify you.
Well, go ahead, Jimmy. So again, no contact with anything.
Was close a couple of times, but indeed.
No damage.
Same if
Tyre's not enjoying life.
Grats
But I
for
mean,
the podium
didn't
to you
care
guys
too
as
much.
well. Yeah, I mean, in the end, I guess your wear in the end was fine. What did you end up with in the last stint?
12-18 on the race.
12?
Yeah.
What were you
But,
doing?
I mean, I was having fun, sliding a
Okay.
bit, and
I tried having fun as well, but I couldn't have more fun because I would be having fun with barrier after that. Couldn't even push more.
Mm.
Nice headlights. I think server is doing server things now.
all right. I'm the only car on track.
Yeah, you can now start the engine and drive it back.
I'm finding the button.
Alright, Ayus, good night. Have a good sleep. But yeah, this looks good, you know. Have to do the calculations. Le Mans is 1.5 the points. And if Nürburgring goes well, have to do the calc. Anyway, let's see how it goes. Guys, tomorrow LMU stream, I'll do 2.4 hours of Spa. Join me on YouTube or on track. After that, I'll do VMS Pro 1 hour of Kota with 0 practice. Straight into it. Gonna be a fun stream. Anyway.
Stream is off here.
My stream is off in 10 seconds, so you can say your final goodbye.
Goodbye, stream. Follow my Twitch channel. Thank you. Bye bye.
You heard the man. He won the race. Listen to him. Well, see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye bye.